from, or the components that is involved in this kind of situation, whereby you have the data factory. Okay, Azure Data Factory. So all these are the Azure services. All right. Not very good with my throat today. Okay, so there's this the Data Factory. So Data Factory is actually a fully managed serverless data integration solution for ingesting, preparing, and transforming all your data at scale. Okay, so you have the Data Factory, you have the Synapse Analytics. So this is also a Azure service that does analytics for your big data. All right, then you have the Data Lake Storage. Yeah, so this is for data warehousing. You can actually get information or can ingest it from your connective services, from your AI, Cosmos DB, right, from your semi-structured NoSQL environment, Databricks, event hubs, all right, analytics, stream analytics, and also from your Power BI. All right, so these are the components you can get your information from. So in this case, how do you recommend a solution, yeah, for data integration? So what you probably need to do a little understanding over here is that what are all these services? Okay, so you can get it from your skill pipe. All right, so and you can also, the skill pipe will have a link to each of these services in Azure. All right, so you can have a look into what they actually does. All right, so you can have an idea. Okay, you have an idea what are the things that it does in Azure, and how do you actually put them into the position of integrating, putting them into this this portion over here. All right. So over here, for example, like the stream analytics is under the process. Okay, so more of a processing part. So the event hub is to receive information, all right, to get information in. All right, to receive, load information, and so that it can be triggered to do something. All right, so that's where Event Hub comes in. So for example, okay, you actually have an IoT hub, right? For example, IoT hub is more like an event hub kind of thing. It's to receive information, to receive input, to receive instructions, to receive anything, okay, to receive records or logs or instructions, anything, right? So that's where the input information comes in, and then it's going to send it out to be processed. All right, so if you look into this over here, okay, these are the services, okay, the services that are involved to be placed into sections like this. All right, so the Cosmos DB will be over here. Okay, that's where you can actually get information from here as well. Okay, Cosmos DB also could be coming from here, where it actually gets information. All right, and then placed into a data factory. All right, then after that, part of the data factory is the, for example, like the data lake to store information, send it over to the Synapse Analytics, for example, to analyze information for big data information that it has collected. All right, and then it goes into a fabric called the Databricks. Okay, so the Databricks is basically a part where it allows you to do almost codeless ETLs, right, where you could actually integrate information, and then you can ingest it, process it, okay, and then send it out for it to serve or to be produced with some results to customers or to end users front end. All right, so those are what that's what the service of Databricks does. Okay, so when we look into integration, okay, so to probably recommend a solution. So in Azure, what it does is that it actually has almost code-free EDL as a service. All right, I wouldn't say it's entirely code-free, but it's almost code-free, where you drag and drop. It's basically like a flow chart, okay, where you put in the flows and just select where the services what are the services you want to use. All right, so EDL, extract, transform, and load. All right, so that's where you want to ingest information coming in. You want to control the information, whereby what are you going to do with it. Okay, you control the data flow, schedule it to be sent out to be presented onto a front end. Okay, and then you monitor the service. All right, so that is by using Data Factory, as I mentioned earlier on. All right, so Data Factory is actually a cloud-based EDL service. Okay, it's Azure cloud-based EDL service. What it does is that it allows you to create this workflow over here. All right, so basically it's more like a drag and drop. So very similar to like if we have done that Logic Apps before in 303, right? So basically that flow is very similar like that. All right, so you pull the sources of information coming in, and then you tell what I'm going to do with this. All right, but it's not to say it's entirely code free. It's just a very, very simple code that it needed to be done. All right, over there. But you still have to understand, for those who are into big data kind of a situation or this big data kind of environment, you know what you have to put in. All right, so how the data factory actually works. First of all, it needs to connect and collect. All right, so connect and collect is where the data factory uses the copy activity in a data pipeline to move data from on-premise or any information and cloud data sources to store into a centralized data store for analysis. Then after that, it has the transform and enrich. So the data flow then enables data engineers who is doing this, who is dealing with this, to build data transformation graphs and then execute on Spark. Yeah, so without understanding Spark classes or programming. All right, so there's another service called Spark in order to do this. All right, so then in the continuous integration and development environment, okay, is to publish. So once it receives the information, it has processed this. So it uses the CI/CD environment of data pipelines using Azure DevOps and GitHub. Okay, either one or both allows incremental development and delivery of the ETL process before publishing it out. So once it's being published out, then the users get to see the information, right? Or it's being presented to them. Okay, they can make decisions out of it again, and then that's where on your side, okay, who is helping the implementation, monitor onto the results and look into which part of the component over here is not functioning well, okay, or which part of component needs to be well, we have the metrics and also the logs here, so that's where we want to see which part we can actually improve. All right, so the monitoring portion will be using like Azure Monitor, okay, using PowerShell. You can actually use connected APIs to connect to your third party. You want to use your third party to monitor things as well. It's also possible, right? But most cases is that during the monitoring portion, we would prefer to use the Azure Monitor, okay, because it's a unified monitoring tool. You can actually get, which you'll see on the next chapter later on, we can actually get different kind of sources to send information to the Azure Monitor for logging purposes. So the data factory key concepts, right? So the key concepts over here is that these are the 4 components that are supposed to be working together. All right, so you have the components that work together to provide the platform on which you compose data-driven workflows with steps to move and transform data. All right, so you have the data set over here, which is linked to some services like the SQL Server, like the Hadoop cluster. All right, and then the activity, so whatever activity that you do, it consumes the activity from data set. All right, so that's where you have ingested the data, then after that, or you collected the data, then you have some process of activity over here. Okay, then it sends over to the link service in order to be presented or to be processed. All right, so you can then monitor, okay, monitored information is coming from the activity portion. All right, so in order to get information from here, you need to trigger, okay, sometimes you need to trigger the information to be monitored or to do some sort of automation so that, you can actually present or to process the event to work. All right, so here, how to integrate Data Factory and Databricks. Okay, so basically what Databricks are, excuse me, throat is not really well today. So Data Factory, as we saw just now, is to ingest and prepare information. Databricks is basically your area to what do you call this? To do processing. Okay, so if you look into these Databricks, okay, so what do we need? Both of these are actually Azure services. Okay, they are Azure services, although Databricks is actually from external, but Azure actually kind of, got that technology in, to put it in, just like your what do you call that thing? Docker. All right, so it's just like Docker is from external, but Azure actually integrated into the system, right, into the platform. So basically, this is where it's how to what do you call this? Integrate Data Factory and Databricks. Okay, so Data Factory is where you ingest information, process this, right? Databricks is where you actually put all things together. Okay, you put all things together over here so that we have the workflow, you have the runtime, okay, you have the information being processed so that it can be over here to present information. All right, so first of all, you create a storage account for this. okay, then the storage account is very great. The storage where you need to actually you use that to actually store information, blob containers, okay, to be used by the data factory. All right, then you create a workflow, all right, copy activity, and then you add a Databricks notebook to the pipeline, okay, and then you analyze the data. All right, so the data factory is where it stores information. Databricks is where it does the processes. Over here, that's where it does that presentation. All right, so under the analyze the data, okay, your data is being cleaned up and use the Databricks notebooks to further train the data or analyze it to provide an output to the desired results. Yeah, so instance, for example, like getting information from cognitive services. Yeah, example. Yeah, so you have cognitive services over here. So you speak to it like speech recognition. All right, speech recognition. So you collect information, or you go into Event Hub. All right, then from Event Hub you can go into Databricks, for example. Then Databricks, then you train it. Okay, train it, to refine it and understand some accents and stuff like that. Okay, then after that you present it. Okay, present it over here. Okay, you can use deep learning or any other presentation tools that you present your results over here. All right, so basically from how information is being stored, how information is being trained, then information is being outputted. All right, so for solutions for data warehousing and big data analytics, all right, so you have analytics tools, for example, like from the Synapse. Synapse, again, is like the analytics tools. Okay, so you have Synapse SQL, you have Synapse Spark, okay, you have pipelines. Okay, so we're going to ingest information or get information coming from. All right, so you prepare the data with the Hadoop, Spark, and machine learning. All right, then you have the Polybase to query big data stores. Okay, then you use the T-SQL queries to populate pool tables. All right, so talking about the pool tables. So later on, we'll look into some of the pool tables and how information is being distributed in a pool table itself. Yeah, so there are basically two types of methods and how they do it. All right, so the Synapse Analytics architecture. So what it does, so just remember that Synapse Analytics is actually it's a analytic tool. All right, so Synapse SQL uses the Synapse storage where the data is sharded into distribution to optimize the performance, and it uses one of the following patterns. Okay, they have the hashing method, they have the hashing pattern, they have the round robin, which doesn't actually have any preferences or biases in order to who to give it more information to. Then they have the replicate method as well. Okay, then the control node is the front end. Okay, the control node is actually the front end that interacts with all the applications and connections. All right, so this is where it receives information, connects to the front end portion, and the MPP engine runs on the control node to optimize and coordinate any parallel queries coming in. So when a T-SQL query is being submitted, the control node transforms it into queries that runs against each distribution in parallel. So the compute node over here provides the computational power. Right, so the distributions map to compute nodes for processing, and as you pay more compute resources, the faster it becomes. You have more processing power. Distributions are mapped to all available compute nodes that is able to process the data, and then after that, it stores over to the storage. Right, so that's where your storage comes in. All right, so it uses the blob containers right now to store that information. So you got to create a storage using the storage account first. All right. So these are some of the distribution methods. Okay, so you have the hash distribution tables, all right, and you also have the round robin distribution tables as well. So in the hash distribution table, one of the columns are designated. Okay, you have it's being designated as the distribution column. The hash function uses the values in the distribution column to assign each row to the distribution. Then each row belongs to one distribution. All right, so and its deterministic hash algorithm assigns each row to one distribution, and the number of table rows per distribution varies to show, as shown by the different sizes of the tables. Then you have the round robin distributed tables method. All right, so the round robin, it's evenly distributed across the table without any optimization being done, and the distribution is first chosen at random. Okay, so it first choose the this distribution at a random pace, then it buffers all the rows which are assigned to distribution sequentially. All right, so there are two methods on how to distribute the information into the table. All right, so you have the replicated tables as well. All right, so the replicated tables, what it does is that it caches a full copy of the table on each of the compute node. Then it consequently replicating the tables and removes the need to transfer data among compute nodes before joining or aggregation. Then after that, it replicates the tables and is best utilized with small tables because you can transfer information much faster. And then extra storage is probably required because you're actually using replication and because it takes a lot of overhead, which is incurred during the writing of data. So making large tables impractical over here. That's why these small tables are being are more recommended. All right, so those are a little bit of information of how data integration. So main thing over here you need to understand is that how information is being extracted, transformed, okay, how being trained, and then load to show it to or to present that information. All right, so more information of this, like for example, if you're going into data warehouse, you're going into big data, for example, you're doing into a little bit of AI, machine learning, right? So you can get more information on that. There's specific courses on machine learning and data, what do you call this for data engineers, all right? So you can look under the DP courses, all right? ML and also the DP courses, all right? So those are more towards that area. All right, AI, data warehousing, big data, data processing stuff.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
The Synapse Analytics, does it only have SQL pool, or I thought it also had a Spark pool, didn't it?
Yep, it has both. You can integrate with both.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so next one we're going to look at, just give me a second. This. Okay, there we go. Next one, we're looking into solutions for logging and monitoring. All right, so over here we look into how to design a solution for logging and monitoring. And every time in Azure, when you talk about monitoring, the first thing you should be looking at, first thing should come to your mind is Azure Monitor. All right, Azure Monitor, Azure Monitor, Azure Monitor. When you go into the exam, all right, anything that you've got to do with logging and monitoring, Azure Monitor again. So when you talk about Azure Monitor, the first thing you got to think about is that it's always running. Okay, it's always running, it's always there, it's enabled by default when you first come into the Azure information Azure environment itself. Okay, so besides collecting information by itself, okay, all services will be sending information into Azure Monitor. You also need to remember that in Azure Monitor, you have to configure some of the services to specifically send information into Azure Monitor, specifically like into the log analytics, for example, to retrieve or to collect information so that it can be queried. Okay, it can show you information. So certain information is automatically being collected for you. Certain information you have to explicitly send it over to Azure Monitor itself. All right, so you guys just remember that. All right, so let's look into this. The monitoring portion. So monitoring, it's essential regardless if it's actually in a cloud environment or in the on-prem environment. Okay, so an on-prem environment, for example, you have your performance monitor, you have your event viewer, all right, you have your event logs and stuff like that. Right, so that is where the traditional monitoring comes in. So when we went over to the cloud, things are similar. Okay, because what we want at the end of the day is that we need to have information. All right, we need to have information, for us to actually make decisions, to know what's happening or to know what has happened so that I can make better decisions in the future, right? Look into trends. Okay, so over here we look into how to use Azure Monitor, okay, and how to get Azure Monitor to get information from your application, for example, if you want to do application monitoring, your platform monitoring, and some of the best practices that can use. Again, it's just suggestions, okay, on how you can actually do it better, okay, or where to get more information if you need. All right, so application monitoring. So first of all, you have the application insights. Okay, so I just want you guys to actually recall this, I think we have done this quite a number of times. I'm just going to bring up my whiteboard. Just give me a second there. Okay, so first you have Azure Monitor. Clear the canvas. Okay, so Azure Monitor is right in the middle. Okay, so Azure Monitor. Okay, so this is always running. Okay, it's always running. Okay, so you have default information always being sent in. For example, at the moment you you got into your Azure. Okay, so you actually have your Azure AD running. All right, then you probably want to create some resources. Okay, so this is your subscription as well. Okay, so subscription. Those are the first few services here and the resources that you'll be using, right? Before you start to create any other resources like your storages and also your web apps and your virtual machines and stuff like that. All right, so these are the first few things, or the first two things that you'll be dealing with most of the time. All right, so Azure Monitor is already getting information from them. Okay, it's already collecting information, and the two data types that it actually collects are, you have the metrics and logs, right? Okay, so these are all done free. You know, there's no charge into this. All right, so when you start to create resources like your virtual machines, okay, your storages, okay, your networks, okay, so you have networks over here, all right, and your other resources like your firewall, load balancer, anything, your web apps, all right, the web apps. So when you start creating them, they're also sending information into Azure Monitor, or basically you can say that Azure Monitor is really looking at them, okay, and they're collecting information into two data types again, depending on what kind. For example, this will have more metrics, all right, this will have more logs, all right, here we'll have metrics and logs, and so on and so forth, all right, so it's collecting that information. Now, when you start to create more resources, all right, for example, like the firewall, okay, you have third-party firewall. For example, you decided not to use Azure Firewall. All right, you decided to use, let's say, the Cisco AS8 or the Palo Alto. All right, you decided to use that. All right, so you will have to configure that resource to send information into Azure Monitor. In this case, specifically in Azure Monitor, because this part over here is to collect, then in order to have that information to be presented to you, that's where you have the tools over here. Okay, and the tools over here, one of the tools are like insights. Okay, insights. Okay, and insights are available for your resource insights. You have application insights. So basically, insights will give you more detailed information about the performance, for example, metrics information. All right, so performance as in what they call is the, for example, like application, how many people actually has logged in at what time. Probably want to look into some specific demographics. You know, you want to collect specific information so you can tell the insights. You know, you configure insights to actually grab the information for you, right? Because that information is again obtained from here. The information is already here. It's just that how is that information going to be presented to you? All right, so you have insights for that. All right, so you want to see some sort of trending information, for example, right? So you can use insights, yeah, so they can present it in your graphs and charts and pie charts and stuff like that. Okay, so you have insights, and when you want to create insights or you want to use insights, this part it's basically chargeable. All right. Then you want to create, let's say, for example, some reports. Okay, we want to create some reports over here. We use some Power BI for that. Okay, again, using this part over here is chargeable. So information here is free, but how it's going to be presented to you, the tools they're going to use, these tools are chargeable. All right, so they got to use this. Even your log analytics, you remember that we create log analytics over here. Okay, creating that analytics workspace, you got to create a workspace for this. This part is chargeable. All right, this part over here. This guy, okay, so they have this a single tier, okay, a pricing tier, which is the pay-as-you-go. All right, so as much information is being ingested into this tool over here, and how you want it to be processed, okay, then that depends on how much is it going to be costing you, depending onto the tool that you use. All right. So there's three parts. First of all, the resource. Azure Monitor is just getting raw information. Okay, then sitting there in this repository, waiting for it to be retrieved by tools like this, which you gotta pay for it to process the data. All right. So when you come down over here, basically, yeah, so we look into application monitoring. Okay, so we can look in, you can just imagine, oh, this is going to be using insights. All right, platform monitoring will have insights as well. Okay, but yeah, Azure Monitor itself is free. Yeah, exactly, it's actually free by itself. Yeah, just like I've shown you in here. Okay, this portion is free. The tools that you're going to use to get information from Azure Monitor, right, in order to process the information from Azure Monitor, that part you got to pay. All right, so depending on what tools you use.
Can you forward these logs to something like Splunk or something externally? Is it sitting in ADLS somewhere?
Oh, yes. You can forward the logs here, depending on to that particular resource itself as well. There's certain resource that can look into certain things. For example, it's actually part of this, but I'm going to show you anyway. For example, yeah, where's my portal? Portal. Yeah, okay. Now, for example, this is your actual Azure Active Directory. Okay, so for example, I'm going to this guy. So depending on to the resource here, depending on the resource that I'm looking at, certain resource can look at can export to certain things. Okay, and some couldn't. All right. So let's say, for example, here I'm in my Azure Active Directory, and I want to send that information. For example, like audit logs over here. Okay, I want to send audit logs out. Okay, so that it can be audited by some tools, right? So click onto this. Okay, and click into export data settings over here. All right, so over here you see that I'm sending over to, oh, I can add my diagnostic settings over here. So that is for Sentinel. So Sentinel is actually looking into my Azure Active Directory, it's monitoring onto its logs. But you could also send it out, to, in this case, it can be sent over to Log Analytics Workspace. All right, so for this, for example, yeah, in this case, it can be archived to storage account. All right, send a stream to Event Hub, okay, or send to a partner solution. So in this case, you have to specify what kind of partner solution you're looking at. In this case, you have Splunk and things like that. So you got to have that being registered in your environment or in Azure, so they can send it to it. Yeah. So some of it doesn't have like partner solutions like this. Okay. So what are the other options they can do? So you probably stream it to Event Hub, okay, and then through the Event Hub, you got to create your own. You got to create, or probably want to have an external connector API, okay, to get information from the Event Hub, for it to be presented onto or to be monitored by the external tool itself. Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit more process that needs to be done. Yeah, but if you have things like send to partner solution, because some of it doesn't have it. Right. So in this case, then what is the solution that you want to use? All right. So in this case, you've got to have that particular application or that tool that is really being registered in your Azure environment.
Is that registration like a AD service principal registration, or what's kind of registration is that?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
So when you say you can register a third party, how do you register it?
Right. Okay. So over here, for example. Okay, so to bring that application in, for example. Okay, so you first got to register that application. Okay, application registrations.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
App registration.
Yeah. So you select the application. Probably you have created your application, for example. You have created your own logging tool or something like that. So yeah, you just got to register the application over that, and then that's where you can choose that from this part over here.
Gotcha. And the logs themselves don't need a storage account linkage or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
No, it doesn't need that. Yeah. So so for audit logs and all these logs here, you don't need to actually specify a storage account for the logs to be stored. Okay. But in terms of like archiving, you really want to like archive for your own purpose usage. Okay. You can see, like, for example, I go back to audit logs and export data settings from here. Okay, and I add onto diagnostic settings over here. You can see that I can archive it to a storage account, and that is if I want to export it out, as in I want to have that actual raw data, so I can really take it out physically and do something about it. So you can have that option too. All right, I want to explicitly store it somewhere. All right, so you can do that too. Okay, but this is not really, when you do it, you archive it to storage account, it's not really doing anything onto that information that's being archived. So it's just like send it over to a disk, for example, and it's just stored there.
All right. Will it be like for like, I don't know, historical archives, because you only get like 90 days worth of logs or something?
No. So when it goes into the storage account, so it goes into then your blob storage. So remember the blob containers. Yeah. Over that, you can specify the event, the life cycle of the data stored there.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm asking is, what's the use case of doing that if the logs are just available anyway? What is the point?
Yeah. So you want to, I don't know, it could be used for anything. Like I said, it's that you want to use it for you want to extract the raw data out right now. I just want to have the raw data. I just want to download it into my disk, for example, in my physical disk, so that I can get it out somewhere and just do something about it later on. All right. So yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why you want to put it into an archive storage account. You archive it into a storage account. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I just want to have a whole of that actual information right now. So I can really extract it out to do something else later on. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you have options like that, and it works for all sorts of resources. Okay, all sorts of resources. So coming back to the application insights. All right. So you got to create an insight over here. So this is where the application insights is getting information from. All right. So before this, you just got to imagine that before this portion, this is the tool that we are using. Over here, this is where your Azure Monitor is. Well, basically, this whole thing is part of Azure Monitor. It's just that this part over here is where your metrics and logs are, right? Then your web pages is where it's actually using your applications actually in use, right? So that information is kind of giving this information over here. Okay, and application insights is actually getting that metrics and logs, retrieving it. Okay, and then you can use application insights over here to create information, to process it, which you can then send it out, trigger it with some other tools as well. So as long as you use any tools over here, any tools that you want to use, these tools are chargeable. Yeah, these tools are chargeable. For example, like, okay, application insights is like now getting information from all, trying to process information, trying to put it in graphs and bars and stuff like that. So it actually has its graphs and bars and charts that you can see. But I would want it to be sent over. Okay, after it's sent me that information, I want it to be sent over to, let's say, Power BI for reporting purposes. Okay, and then besides this, you gotta pay for this as well. Let's say, for example, in the application insights, you saw that, oh, I've got at this point in time, okay, I've got, let's say, at 9:00 a.m. every day, okay, I've got all these users coming in, okay, these users coming from this particular location. Okay, so I want that I'm gonna use alerts to monitor into that. All right, so that it can give me a notification. So then when you create that alert will be chargeable. All right. Okay, but usually for alerts, how they charge is mainly based onto metric information and not onto logs information. Usually, all right. Usually, I'm not saying all the time, but most of the time I would say that. All right, because metric information requires about a bit more processing because it's almost real time. It's still processing information for you. It's using CPU resources at the back end in Azure. But for logs, it's really collected information. Okay, collected information. Then when it detected that, okay, that, hey, this log came in. All right, this event actually has happened. All right, then please let me know that this actually has came in so I can do something about it. Which after alert again, you can send it to do further actions under action groups. All right, under action groups. So because alert gives you notification, after notification, you have action groups. And action groups, then you can do, again, logic apps. You can do functions. You can send it to your ITSM. You can send it to your webhooks. All right, you can do some automation, whatnot. All right. So again, you can send it out again to do further stuffs. All right. Okay. So platform monitoring, for example. Okay, for your platform monitoring, platform includes like your VMs. Okay, like your network card itself. Okay, your subnets. Okay, your firewall. All right, these are all part of your platform. Okay, and things like your skill sets and things like that. All right, so even the containers. Okay, it's like in this case you have containers insight. So just now we actually had the application insight. Containers also has their insights as well. So containers includes the container itself. Okay, the container node. all right, the node which is hosting your container, the application in your container, okay, the applications which is wrapped in the container. So everything is there, right? So it monitors that for you. You have the network watcher. Okay, the network watcher, it's a tool which helps you, again, how you got this example, this whole topology over here is due to network watcher. All right, so network watcher helps you to monitor onto your traffic flow. It helps you to do troubleshooting. All right, if you have, let's say, connectivity issues with your VPN express route, you can use your network watcher to do that. All right, if you want to do, let's say, to trace or to troubleshoot your routing function, well, it's not really routing function, but basically it tells you whether the next hop is actually working fine. Okay, you have the network watcher. And the thing about this network watcher tool is actually automatically created for you. All right, network watcher is automatically created for you when you create your first VNet. Okay, so when you create the first VNet, it's there. Okay, and this is a tool that sends information to Azure Monitor. Okay, so if you're wondering how did Azure Monitor know about what is happening to this guy, what is happening to this guy, what is happening to the NSG, for example, you know, what's happening to this, and so on and so forth. All right, so it's because of this guy. All right, this guy sends the information to send the information to Azure Monitor. Azure Monitor then receives that information while it's there, waiting for you to use. Okay, and then you can use it for some other tools. All right, so that's platform monitoring. All right, so some of the other platform monitoring, for example, there you go directly into the virtual machine. Okay, for example, I don't have a virtual machine right now. Deleted my virtual machine. So you go under the virtual machine. So you open up your virtual machine app. Okay, your virtual machine blade on your left-hand navigation pane. Scroll right down. If you just scroll right down, you should see logs, right? You should see metrics. Yeah, you have metrics and logs. All right, and metrics and logs is where the metric performance, right? Your CPU, your memory, your storage, your disk in that case. All right, so those are the metric information. Straight away, you're monitoring from that. All right, then you have the logs, which goes into your resource log, that goes into your again your log analytics workspace. Okay, so you need to have a workspace for that. Okay, so all in all, what it does is that it goes over to Azure Monitor. Let me go back to this again. For example, like Azure Monitor. So, there you go. Okay, so it actually comes back to this, even though you can actually access Azure Monitor straight away from that resource itself, right? So you have you see under the insights over here, you have the application insights, all right? You have the virtual machines insights, okay? You have the storage accounts insights, everything has its own insights. Okay, so but when you go into the insights, you see you got to create the instance. All right, so you're going to create an instance over here. And this part over here, that's where it requires you to pay. All right, so probably, for example, just call it name instance. I call it AZ demo app instance. Okay. All right, and specify my region. I have things in my ES2S right now. Okay, so you have the resource mode, either the classic method or workspace method. All right, and then review and create. Okay, but you gotta have, although I have the application insights, the workspace ready, okay, but I'll still need to have a web app or applications that needs to send information to this workspace. All right. Okay, so it's not going to show me anything while I create this application insights. It still needs to actually retrieve information from the application itself. So you need to have some applications running. All right. Okay, so over here, basically, so you can actually see, as it says insight, this is basically the dashboard. Okay, like response time coming in, server request. Server request is looking into then your app services plan. All right, your app service plan. Is it, what's the performance of your server itself? All right, the availability of server if you're running some sort of scalability or scaling options. All right, then you have the application map to map onto the components that is used by your application. All right, so you have tools like this within. Okay, so this is a tool. Okay, this is that tool that now getting information from Azure, this part you have to pay. But then again, You want to do further alerting, all right? You want to do further monitoring. Okay, you can see it from here. You see, I can create alerts from the application it's actually retrieving information from. All right, I want to send it to, again, the log analytics workspace, to query it further. All right, probably some additional diagnostic settings. Okay, so I send additional diagnostic settings, and I can send over to, again, can send it to the partner solution. All right. Here is log analytics workspace, but when you look into this portion, you already have log analytics workspace here anyway. All right, you have this over here anyways. Okay, so you have an option, okay, to explicitly say that I just want to have a look into this particular information. So you go over to the diagnostic settings over here. So in your apps, I want this to be sent over, for example, like app request. Okay, app request over here. This is more of the log information, right? Or app events, okay, to send over to the analytics workspace. Specify what workspace you want to use. All right, probably you have a different workspace for that. Okay, so you've created a different workspace and send it to that particular workspace for it to be processed. All right, so you can the action goes on and on and on and on, right? Okay. So some of the best practices is that the event correlation. All right, so create shared dashboards in order to expose relevant information to different groups. Right, so basically you want to create some dashboards. Okay, basically you want to link information together. Right, so if you have too many dashboards, I'm looking to this dashboard, I'm looking to that dashboard. What is dashboard basically? So imagine that in your car you actually have a dashboard. All right, you don't actually have a different dashboard for the odometer, and then a different dashboard for the speedometer, and then a different dashboard to look into how much fuel you have left. You have the one single dashboard to have to look and have able to look into all this kind of information in one shot. All right, so probably you want to create a dashboard, or you want to have a dashboard where all the essential information to you is there. Okay, so that's where you wanna create your own dashboard for that. Okay, so for notifications, yeah, every time when I always mention this, especially when you create alerts. Okay, so alerts, then we create notification. You have 4 options for that. You have the email, you have your mobile app, you have your SMS, and then you have your voice. All right. So especially for email, I would always suggest to please create a different email account to receive your notification. Right. So why you want to do that? Because if you're sending information of your application, your platform, your whatever not that you're trying to send your notification to, and you send it over to your working email, right? The email that you're using on a day-to-day basis. I don't know about you, but I'll get drowned with all those information coming in all the time. There is always a lot of information coming in. So probably some of my work email would not be will be somewhere down below, unless I create some logics in my email saying that, okay, for this email go to that folder for this kind of email. So, but that's a lot of work to do. Okay, so I prefer to actually have a different email account in order to receive notification. All right, but of course you need to assign someone to actually monitor that account as well. So then from the notification, sometimes it can be triggered. Okay, so you can create logic apps for this. Okay, you can create logic apps, to say, for example, you actually have an application that you're monitoring right now. Okay, and you want it to be triggered. Like you want to send an alert to you, but you do not want to use the typical alert notification because you want to do something more. All right, you want to do something more. So you can use logic apps for those kind of stuff. All right, so create a logic app. Basically, the alert itself is actually one type of logic app. It's just that it's all being predefined. So right now, you're going to customize it on your own, use logic app. All right, so logic app plan you can define, besides sending email right now, at the same time do something else. Right, you can customize the email information to bring in, right, or anything that any further actions that you want it to be really customized. You can use logic apps. All right, so reviewing the subscription. So when you other monitoring tasks that you might want to have a look, which is really important or really essential, is to review subscription limits. Right, so yeah, probably you are using, the company has provided you a subscription to use. Okay, so this is the one that you're using. There are tons of credits inside, so there's no worries, But again, you still want to ensure that you set some thresholds over there, especially if you're in a large environment. You have a few subscriptions, you have assigned it to your management group. You have set some cost budgeting over there, right? You want to make sure that they are all within the budget, because sometimes when you first set the budget, the problem is that it might not be 100% accurate. All right, so this is just estimation. So I'm going to give you like this amount of budget for this subscription you're going to use. All right, so maybe in actual fact, when they're actually really using it, they probably need more, or maybe they will need less. Okay, so then we start to readjust it again. So you do want to monitor into that, because at the end of the day, is that your company will come back to you and say, hey, I know that we actually have unlimited budget for a subscription, but it seems like we've been topping up a lot onto your subscription. What's going on, right? So you probably want to control that. Okay, so understand the actual support plans here. What are the support plans we're looking at? For example, like if you're using your virtual machine, you have reserved instances, right? If you're using your storages, for example, or if you're using say, for example, your multi-instance environment, you have the spot instances. Okay, so enable that. You have what else? You have your licenses. You can use a hybrid license or hybrid benefits if you still have some on-premise licenses that can be used of. All right, so look at those support plans in order to help you to save that cost over that. All right, and of course, onto the type of subscription that you subscribe for. Yeah, so you want to use. You probably don't want to use pay-as-you-go. You might have that, but you might have another subscription where will give you a little bit more cost savings. Okay, so you want to look into that as well. Okay, and your digital certificates. If you are using, you have your web apps, definitely you need to have some certificates. Either the certificates actually coming from external, or you have created a certificate in your Key Vault. All right. So the monitor resources, okay, actual monitor resources. So we have seen that already. Okay, it's the platform metrics, activity logs. You can create alert rules. All right. So from the actual monitor, since the actual monitor itself, we've seen that early on. Okay, so you can go straight over to that resource itself to look into that particular resource metrics if you want. All right, or you can come straight away to Azure Monitor in order to actually look into those information. So monitoring data is more of a recap. All right, so you have your platform metrics, resource metrics, your activity log, or you have your diagnostic logs as well. All right, all sorts of logs is coming in. All right, so it comes over to your Azure Monitor. Okay, so then like metrics, for example, these are all automatically done. Okay, automatically done. So as just now we saw that, oh, for this particular resource, we can actually archive that information. You see that? So for whatever reason you're going to do that, okay, it's really up to you. Like I say, it's like I just want to have the information stored over here because it's really important. For example, like your maybe your firewall. Okay, like a firewall logs are always there. It's always there. Okay, but I just want to archive this information. And for whatever reason, it's important to me. Okay, so you want to archive that. So you're going to create a storage account, put it into your storage block, okay, into your block container, okay, and it's being archived there. All right. So then event hubs like this, okay, event hubs like this, for what purposes? Okay, so for example, like you wanna connect it over to some third-party platform. All right, non-Azure destinations, for example, yeah, third-party platform. So that third-party platform, we're looking into event hub, which has retrieved the information. Okay, and then it's gonna go to that event hub to actually get that. So for example, like the IoT hub is a type of event hub, basically. All right, it's a type of event hub. So you have your IoT devices is supposed to actually now look into retrieving information, getting instructions, and sending it back. All right, so you have this event hub over here. All right. Okay, so configure monitoring. Okay, so you've seen that before as well. Okay, so you have your metric information. You can look into it's almost real time. All right, so you have your available memory. Okay, you have your idle space, idle time. So depending on what kind of information you want to look at. All right, your PC time, even in terms of like your CPU limits. Yeah, configure that. All right. So monitoring in the Azure portal, they get graphs and charts like this. All right, so insight solutions. Okay, so for specific insights, okay, so you go over to insights over here. All right, and this is where you can have your insights dashboard. All right, so in your Azure Monitor, you have your insights over here. Instead of like going insights for a specific application, you go to the application, look into insights. So you look into that application alone. But well, I have a few applications to look at. All right, so in this case, what I want to do is that I would create that insights dashboard. Okay, and then I put all my applications over here, or I have, let's say, my containers. Okay, I put all my whatever containers over here. Okay, so I can look into a few of those at the same time. Okay, so this is the metrics portion. All right, activity logs, we've seen that as well. Okay, and again, straight from activity log, always remember that activity log allows you to also straight away create alerts from that. For example, like, you want to look into a specific activities which is happening, right? Remember, activity logs is more often of a, what do you call this? More often more general purpose, yeah, or general information, general events which is happening in your Azure platform, right? Azure environment. Okay, so who has logged in, or what resource has been created by whom, and so on and so forth, right, is all in the activity log, right? So in the activity log over here, what you can do is that you can also create alerts from that straight away. Okay, of course, you can actually send it over to your log analysis workspace to query it. Okay, we've seen that before as well. Okay, but you want to be notified. Okay, and sometimes what you can do is like create a customized notification. All right, and we're just going to show an example. We go over to my portal. All right, so let's say, for example, okay, so if I go to my activity log, okay, and let's give it some time to load the events. Take some time over here. And this is, there we go. They have some right deployments, insights components being created and stuff like that, right? So you see, you can create an alert rule straight away from here. Okay, right? So it's, oh, who created alert rule, or who created this insight? Okay, so I want to be informed if this is happening. Okay, so you can see the condition is also created for you. All right, then you can go into the action group. All right, to actually, what further action you want to do. Right, so you can do other things as well. For example, like if I go over to the alert, okay, and I want to create a new, probably I want to create my action groups first. I'm going to create a new action group, for example. Okay, and my notifications, so give it a name first. Okay, and let's say it's email notification. All right. Specify your email. Let's say, for example, okay, that's the email you want to send to. Okay, so over here you have the other option where you have the resource manager role. Okay, so what is this option over here? Again, we just take that away. If you choose this, it will choose if you have specified, let's say, some RBAC roles. Okay, some specific RBAC roles, or in this case, if you're looking to monitoring, all right, you'll be looking into the monitoring contributor or monitoring reader. Okay, so whoever has been assigned with this role, okay, say for example, John@editor.com. So automatically, if you specify this, and John is actually part of monitoring, it holds this contributor role over here, or this monitoring contributor role, John will be notified automatically. All right, whoever who has been assigned with this role, or any of these roles over here. All right, so this is where you choose that option, your resource manager role. Right, this is more of an explicit configuration over here. You specify which explicit email or what do you call this notification method that you want. All right, so let's say, for example, right, and then you click OK. Here's where the actions are. Okay, you can see that you can do further actions. All right, so I'm gonna leave it as it is. Okay, so this is just creating the action group. Okay, just refresh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so once the action was created, okay, then let's say, for example, I'm going to create a new alert rule. Okay, so instead of like coming from the activity log, okay, say for example, let's say some specific people is signing in. I think Azure. Ah, there you go. Oh, this is domain services. Azure Active Directory. It's not there. Over here. Ooh, nothing's coming out.
Should you call it a subscription? Can you filter by subscription?
Yes, if I use subscription like this, it will be everything.
Because the AD is separate from subscription.
So if you use subscription, so I'm trying to filter out the specific, for example, some specific information. Yeah. So if you use subscription, so anything under the subscription will be monitored. Yeah. So I want to be very specific. For example, yeah. Let me choose onto resource type here.
The AD is outside of the subscription, right?
Yes, outside of subscription. Yes.
That's why
AD
you can't add, because you already filtered by subscription. If you the first top left filter by subscription says Azure Pass. If you uncheck, you might see the AD.
Okay. Now, what I want to do over here, for example, okay, let's say by a specific resource type in this case, action group, or someone who's trying to delete the resource group. Resource group. There we go. Okay. Okay, and specific resource group over here. Okay, so I'll, in this case, I'll put it onto the subscription level for resource groups. Okay, so whatever resource groups over here. Okay, so for example, okay, so that is the resource I'm looking at. Okay, then under the condition, okay, so for example, like delete resource group over here. All right, so you see that it's coming from activity log. All right, activity log over here, it doesn't charge me anything. Yeah, there's no charges, but it's coming from metric. Usually, metrics will be chargeable. Okay, so in this case over here, what I'm trying to do over here is that for any resource groups, okay, any resource group which are being created by this subscription, okay, that is actually under this subscription, for example. All right, and anything is happening to it, okay, so example like this is being deleted. Okay, it's being deleted. All right, so I want to be notified. Okay, and it notifies me through this email. Okay, and then you give this alert rule a name. Okay, so you can create customized notification like this, okay, on things which is happening, okay, on your environment. All right, so from the thing over here is that when you create that action group, that's the part that then tells you what to do, because further actions besides notification, you can send it over to Logic Apps. You know, you can use it as a trigger, okay, to send it over to your Logic Apps, okay, to do further action, send it to something else, and from Logic App, you can create it as another trigger to do something else again. So on and on and on and on. Okay, so what do you want to achieve over that? All right. Okay. So that is from Azure Monitor Logs. So this is the tools that I can use. All right, so when you compare the Azure Monitor metrics and logs, so we know that the metrics is more of a statistical information, logs is more of a information that has happened. All right, numerical values is more text values, text or numeric both, basically. All right, so also think about who uses the logs more often. Yeah, who uses logs more often? For example, like you have your Sentinel. Yes, Sentinel uses logs. All right, Sentinel is not something that looks into what's going to happen in the future, okay, or what's happening, what do you call it, on real-time basis as it is, because it doesn't take metrics information, it only takes in logs, things that actually has happened, looks into the trend, or does further analysis onto it, then probably it can do something about it to prevent it by telling ASC to do it, all right, on your Defender. Okay, so basically it's more of a reactive tool, right? It's a SIEM tool, okay, it's more reactive, all right? So it looks into logs, all right? Okay, so your monitor logs, you create a log analytic workspace. Yeah, we've seen that as well. It uses a KQL. All right, so log analytic workspace is where you can query the logs into, you know, look into further queries, looking deeper actions that has been done or you're going to do about it. You want to look into further information that, you know, it's not available just in your typical log itself. All right, so there you go, Sentinel. Okay, Sentinel looks into your logs most of the time. All right, so Sentinel actually has workbooks. Workbooks are basically the instructions that or the processes that you want Sentinel to do. You know, processes that you want it to do. Yeah, so tell Sentinel to please look into who has logged in with this account or who has logged in at this point in time of the day and what IP address they were using and stuff like that. So basically, the workbooks are the processes. All right, so you have a lot of processes. You can create your own workbook. There are a lot of template workbooks available. All right, then it goes into the log that you have connected Sentinel to, right? And then it starts to query that log. All right, so it does log query as well. So it starts to query that log. All right, so what kind of query it uses? Yes, it uses KQL. Right, so it's not going to use its own language or its own query method. Okay, so it's using whatever that Azure is actually running on. All right, so you have Sentinel, you have Azure Security Center. Okay, so Azure Security Center, well, it is two parts basically. All right, Azure Security Center is more of a policy portion. You've seen that as well, policy portion, and then that is preventive or detect, I would say, not really preventive. So more often like the detection portion. All right, so the ASC again is free by itself. Okay, ASC is free. Okay, this part is free. FOC. Okay, another part where you so-called upgrade it, because when you upgrade it, you'll get your Defender. Okay, this part over here, you got to upgrade to use. Okay, if you don't upgrade to use, you just got the Security Center, and this part is just looking into policy compliance. Okay, policy compliance over here. All right, so here you can select log information as well. Okay, so because it's monitoring onto your environment, it's looking into your checking your policy compliance. Okay, to see is it compliant to certain policy settings. So the moment you actually enable Security Center, what does it have? It will actually use the ASC default. There's a default policy that's being applied. Okay, which is actually an initiative definition. All right, and then you can add additional policies of compliance into it. Okay, so to monitor, so you can see your security posture, your security score, to see where you can actually improve onto your resources that needs to be remediated. Yeah, so you get things like this. Okay, so ASC basically sorts out your information, which is more what do you call it? Which is more severe based on severity. Okay, for example, like it says, enable MFA for accounts. Okay, this one over here will allow you to improve your score because this will give you over here, it says that give you additional 50 marks over here. Okay, or 50 points. Okay, so you gotta solve this, you get additional 50 points. And how to solve this is click onto this guy, look into his recommendation, then look into his remediation and how to solve it. Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes it might have that fix button at the side, just click onto it, it fixes that for you. All right, sometimes it doesn't. All right, so depending on what kind of problem that it has found, okay, then it'll probably fix that for you if you could. All right, so if that is totally fixed up, you get additional 50 points over here. All right, then other things. So it sorts that out for you based on severity. Okay, so you don't even have to think too much, or just let ASC to do the job. So this part over here is free. Okay, the other part that is paid, okay, is Defender. Once you upgrade it, what it's going to do is going to install this Defender onto your VMs, If you have SQL, it's going to install into SQL, okay, Azure SQL database in this case. If you actually have a storage, it's going to store into your storage. Okay, you're going to put into your storage. It's going to look into any of your machines which are vulnerable, or even, in fact, if you have on-prem environment, you can actually install Defender onto your on-prem. Yeah, in that case, you're going to configure a hybrid environment first. Okay, so it's going to do that. Once Defender is installed, Defender is going to be used as an agent to send information or reports back into ASC. And ASC then will tell you, oh, this particular virtual machine is vulnerable. Why is it vulnerable? Because probably it had, okay, example, yeah. Example is that all these ports are open. Again, all these applications are open, but it's not used, for example. Okay, so it's going to report it back to ASC, and they can see that information there. All right, so this part, but it's not able to collect this if you don't upgrade. All right, you can upgrade this guy. All right, so an example, if I go over to the ASC. All right, so it's Azure Security Center over here. Okay, so for mine, it's already been upgraded. Okay, so it's the first time coming to ASC. It says that it's a big upgrade button at the bottom over here. Okay, so it's a big upgrade there. Okay, so you're gonna click onto it to upgrade. Okay, so if you go to getting started over here, you can see this upgrade. Yeah, when you first come in, first time coming over here, you'll see this. Okay, upgrade. Okay, and you can see the big upgrade, which is, you don't see it on mine because it's already been upgraded. All right, so once it's installed, what it does in an upgrade is that it's going to install agents. Do I have to manually install agents over here? No, you don't have to do it. No, because the Security Center has already been improved. The user interface has already been has changed over time. All right, before this, you can manually install your agents like this. Manually installed. You can click onto this agent. I want to have this machine installed, that machine not installed, and stuff like that. For this time, once you click on the upgrade, automatically it's going to install everything. All right, install agents, all the agents into all the resources that you have in your Azure environment. All right, then you can get recommendations. Okay, for example, like this. I used to have virtual machines inside. I've deleted the virtual machines because this is coming from my previous login. All right, and over here you can see that, you know, enable MFA. Okay, so I have some users, for example. I have created some user accounts, but MFA is not enabled. Yeah, even though I have premium P2, but I've not assigned the licenses to the users. I've not assigned or created MFA for the users to say, oh, we've got this. It's not MFA. It's not done. It's not done. So you click onto this. All right. So you have this problem over here. You can click onto. It's affecting onto this resource because I have accounts. I have accounts which are created. All right. So under remediation steps, okay, you can enable. Say it shows you how to solve that problem. All right. To enable MFA using condition access, you must have a premium license. All right. Then how to do that? Okay, how to do that? So you do all this. Okay, just follow step by step. Okay, on how this should be done, how to be remediated. All right. And how did it know that, you know, it needs to configure MFA? How did it know that, you know, this is not having MFA is not compliant because the policy definition has been stated over there? And how did it get this policy definition? It got this through, let me go back to my Security Center, through my regulatory compliance. All right, so in my managed compliance policy, so here I'm going into my policy over here. Okay, let me go back to another place to look into the policy in more detail, and the security policies specifically. Okay, you can see that ASC default policy has been applied. Okay, and under here you have 192 audit policies. All right, so this is deployed for you by default when you run ASC. Okay, so this is actually initiative definition. Right, inside in here it has 192 audit policies that's been applied. Okay, and one of those was the MFA. Okay, that says that, you know, you have all this is not been enabled with MFA. All right, so you're going to enable MFA over here, and this is how it's supposed to be done. All right, so you can add additional regulatory standards as well. Okay, so you have the Azure Security Benchmark. This is already enabled. Okay, so you're going to have, let's say, PCI, ISO, SOC. When enable this, you click onto this, enable it. So now you're applying this initiative definition onto your ASC configuration, so they can apply this as, you can use it to run it as your compliance settings. Yeah, so after, when it starts to create that, do the evaluation, it's going to evaluate the environment based on to this policy plus this as well. All right, and you can add additional standards as well. These are all built-in standards available. All right, if you want to create your own custom initiative, you can do that too. All right, so basically this is actually creating onto the policy. It goes back to the policy settings. All right, and this part, yeah, is entirely free. All right. Okay. All right, so we've seen the resource logs. Here we've seen the activity logs. All right, and there we go. So there are some options for you guys to, if you want to play around with some hands-on. All right. Okay, you can go down to number 9. Number 9 over here. Okay, can you monitor a web app? All right, so there you go. That's actually a challenge lab we can play around with, and probably we're going to do that right after our break. Here, we're going to take a short break. All right, and then after that, we can come back and do this challenge lab. All right. Okay, so let's take a 20 minutes break. We'll come back in. It's 10:20. We'll come back at 10:40. Sorry, I got disconnected again. Okay, so by 10:40, we'll be back. All right, for those who are back from your break, let's start the this challenge lab over here. Design a solution for logging and monitoring. Can you monitor a web app? All right, so click onto launch. Okay, so be reminded that when you run the challenge lab, you'll be using a different login. You could always use your subscription if you want, but a specific login will be given. Oh, sorry. Got disconnected earlier on. Forgot to share my screen again. Okay, so we can launch this lab, okay, which is the challenge lab supporting module 9. Okay, so when you log in, you click under resources here. You can see that there is a specific account that you're going to use, a username. So it's going to be using the CloudSlice login. But if you want to use your own subscription login, you want to use your own login over here, it's fine as well. The current subscription that you're using right now, you want to use that login, is totally okay. But here is that it's just given to you. Okay, and this is not starting any virtual machine. Yeah, so if there are any issues, I can't actually go over to your machine to actually troubleshoot. All right, so this is actually not starting a new virtual machine for this. All right, so the challenge lab will have an overview. Have a look into what the overview is all about. All right, and this doesn't come with a step-by-step instruction. Yeah, there's no step-by-step instructions. It's going to give you a overview. Okay, understand the environment. Okay, and we'll just ask you to basically do this and this. You know, how's it going to be done? You're going to find your way through. Okay, so sign into the Azure portal. Okay, and enable server logging for this web app. All right, with the logging in. So whenever you're required to create, let's say, a resource, please follow the exact name provided. Okay, because again, this is using CloudSlice. The policy is pretty strict. Okay, so you have to follow exactly the name which is required. Else you're going to have a deny because it's not following the policy. All right, so you can have a go with this. So this is going to take about, estimated is 45 minutes, okay, but the lab time over here is given like an hour, right? Just in case that they are it's slow or anything that it needs takes time to process. Okay, so we're going to take it as in 1 hour. Now, I'm not explaining anything. Yeah, this is the lab session. So as mentioned, is that right now we're doing the challenge lab. All right, so I can't, during the challenge lab, I will not be able to log into your virtual machine or to jump into your machine to actually help you to do troubleshooting because it's not running any virtual machine. All right, so I'm actually doing the lab as well, just in case that, if you guys need to have some sort of reference. All right, so we have 1 hour to do the lab.
web app is really slow to open. Hey, Ivan,
Yes.
I seem to be getting an error when I go to the availability tab in the application inside that I've just created. Like I can query metrics individually in the metrics tab under monitoring, but if I go to investigate and say look at application map or availability, I'm getting an error message.
Under your availability.
Yeah, availability, application map, performance, anything under investigate, I'm getting an error message.
Okay. Could you print screen onto that on your error message?
Yeah, just about to share that now. Just pasted that in the chat. Should come through.
Okay. Yep. Let me see. Field retrieve the blade definition will be from similar manual required for all this field. Generate current load. Okay. So just double check again. If you go back to your application under your app service logs.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So under your app service logs, just make sure that you have application logging is on for file system, application logging to the blob is on. Make sure they have the storage settings over there. Web server logging, everything is turned on. Detailed error messages, everything is on.
That's what I was missing, the detailed error messages. Okay, I see those. Yeah, okay, I can see it now. And the level for all of them are error, is it?
Yep. All the errors.
Gotcha. So I only pointed the storage, but didn't enable that one.
Yeah, so you got to
Yeah.
create a blob storage for that, a blob container.
Yep. I've got that one.
Yeah, and you realize that there'll be, if you enable the application logging, there'll be a different container with the web server logging. All right, so if you enable the web server logging as well, it's going to be a different container. Yeah, so I'll suggest
Okay.
you to separate the containers. Don't put it into the same container.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So it's going to be a 1 year for retention period.
Yeah. Thank you. That makes sense.
Welcome.
Ivan, is there a lag after you enable those and generate more traffic? Because I'm still getting the error message.
Which lag are you referring to? From where?
So in the app,
The app itself?
yeah, the app service logs after once I spoke to you and you said it's not enabled. I've enabled it and pointed to the right blob storage and all that. But if I still go back to App Insights, I'm not able to. I'm still getting those error messages. That's for the screenshot.
Okay. You. Let me see. Okay, so probably what you want to do is okay, so you enable that after. Okay, so go back to the application itself. Have you actually regenerated some messages?
Yes, I have.
You did. Okay.
Yeah. And I can see that in the live tile, like when you land in the App Insights overview page, I can see failed request server response, additional data in there, but it's only in the investigate section that I can't. It doesn't load for me. It comes up with an error message.
Okay, so what you could try to do, okay, you could try to restart your application.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, try to restart that. Let's see whether it actually kickstart that the insights together as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Try that now.
Hey, Ivan, one question here. Actually, I'm at the last bit where it's failing with uploading the data on that logger. So I need to manually upload it, or because I went in the matrix, I downloaded the Excel file, but that's on my laptop.
Load it into your storage account. So your storage account, you should have a blob. So you can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Okay. So if you have downloaded into your laptop, that's fine. Just leave it as it is. Okay. So you go over to your Storage Explorer. Okay. Or you actually have you need to create a storage account. So you have a blob. All right. You have a blob. You create a blob container. Put it into your blob container.
Okay. So there I need to put it. Okay, because here in the instructions it was not like, okay, we need to create a separate blob container. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just a very high overview of the instructions. It's not giving detailed instructions. Yeah.
Because when I did a perform a check, then it says, okay, that last bit which is failing is upload. So I thought, okay, where I should upload. Yeah. Okay. No worries. I'll just do that quickly.
Okay.
Thanks.
No worries.
So one question. So shall I use the same storage account and create a blob inside that?
Yeah,
which
you can use the same storage account, create a container, a storage container there.
Yeah. Okay. Ivan, I think I did. I created. We need to put it in the login, then only it passes the check.
Yep. So could you repeat that again? Sorry, you doing
Yes.
that?
So actually, yeah, what I did, I created another container inside
Uh-huh.
that storage account,
Yeah.
but actually it failed again. So what I did, I just uploaded the metrics inside login container itself with name login. Then it passed the check.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
As long as you upload it into your whichever
yeah,
Stripe account that you have.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Thanks.
Yeah, so Ivan, I clicked both before and after creating the metric chart.
Okay, so you still don't get anything from the metric.
Nothing.
How about in your insights?
So yeah, I'm actually looking at the insights for the
Mhm.
MMS 176.
Okay.
Nothing for processor time, but I am getting stuff for the default failed requests and server requests.
Mm.
They seem to be working.
No, that's weird. How could it have no processing activities going on if it's able to get some requests, fail requests?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So on the logging portion, okay, on the you check on the login side. Did you enable the web server logging?
Yep, I did.
That's weird.
So that's going back to the web app,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll just check. But basically, I did that at the start.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go into down the bottom into logs, I pretty much enabled, I think, everything, wasn't it? And then
Mhm.
you had to net the .net link as well. Yep.
Mhm.
So I did all that.
.NET Core.
Yep.
Yeah, I found I had to refresh my browser page itself for some of those things to behave properly. I kept getting error messages even after everything was enabled, and then I hit Control F5 and the portal kind of refreshed, and then it showed me everything.
Yeah, I'm not even getting an error message, but I navigated off the metrics and then back in again, and also try to refresh. But yeah, still not getting
Okay.
any activity.
How about trying to restart the app?
Restart the app. Okay.
Yeah.
So through overview.
Yeah, under the overview, in your app,
Restart.
your main app blade, yeah, you can see restart. Next to it
Yep.
is stop. Yeah, just click into restart.
So when it's been restarted, should that show up in the activity log for the web app?
Yep, you should.
Okay.
Yeah, you just click onto activity log. You should see that your app has been restarted.
Okay. So I can
Did you get
see
that?
restart.
Mhm.
Restart web app started 2 minutes ago.
Mhm.
Right. So I'll go back into the app insight.
Mhm.
View the application insight data. And if I go to the metric, Can I pin that metric to the overview?
You got to create a dashboard in that case.
Okay. All right. So if I look for processor time, there's nothing being generated.
Okay, that's weird. That's weird. What could have happened?
If I look at the web app front end, there is the activity if you click on the buttons.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay. So the only other thing that I could think of is when I enabled the collection,
Mhm.
I also selected the non-recommended ones. So you know how recommended is all purple, I think it was.
Yep. Yep.
There was also some there was also non-default ones such as SDK. I think it said.
That doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter
Yeah.
because that's supposed to go into application insights.
Yep.
But if you're looking straight away from the metric, you should be able to see some sort of activity going on the processor itself.
Which I'm not.
That's the weird part. Okay, just to find out, anyone actually having the same issue? Because mine has closed off the time. The timer has went out. So
I've closed mine as well. Can you check the verification? Because I don't think it matters if you actually look at the verification steps. I'm pretty sure that particular metric is not in really scope. Should be able to proceed without it. Is what I was trying to say.
Sorry, click on the what? The notifications.
So you know the instruction panel on the right-hand side, you'll have a little verification button at the bottom to see have you done all the steps you needed for the lab.
All right. Yep. I'll do that. So check.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that metric is probably not relevant.
yeah, it's not relevant actually.
Lab
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
But just that he wanted to know why is that no.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah. It's obviously working.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Yes, application insights is active for the web app. I haven't gone through and uploaded the data yet because I don't have any metric except for those first two. But okay, maybe I'll just put it down to a glitch. Hopefully it's not an issue when I come to create an actual dashboard in the future.
Blame it on the Challenge Lab subscription.
Sorry?
So we blame it on the subscription we've been given on Challenge Lab. Being hit by too many people. It doesn't behave.
It shouldn't be.
So,
It's all using the same code. Anyway. Oh.
when it doesn't work, blame it on the instructor.
On what, sorry?
Blame it on the instructor. We blame
Yeah, it's Ivan's fault.
Ivan for everything.
Oh, that's easy.
Seems fair.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so if everyone is done, we'll go for a lunch break. All right, so we'll come back in an hour. Yeah, so for that issue, things like this sometimes, it's very rarely that I see that at least the process is not actually happening. It's not showing anything, but yeah, gotta find out about it. Why could that have happened? Okay, so I'll see you guys in an hour's time after lunch.
All right, see you soon.
All right, welcome back. Is everyone back from your lunch? Okay, if you're back from your lunch, just let me know. Can I have a show of hands? All right, great. Okay, and on the next module, we're going to look into solution for backup and recovery. All right, so over here, we're looking into some architectural best practices for reliability, and we're going to recommend an Azure Site Recovery solution. So architectural best practices for reliability. So what do we need to do here? So there are basically 6 steps for this. Yeah, 6 steps for building a reliable Azure application. Right. So first of all, you got to define the requirements. Right. So requirements is very important. You got to define. You got to look into what are you going to create, or what are you going to develop, what are you going to deploy, okay, and what is the reason behind, what is the objective of deploying that service? Yeah, what is it supposed to achieve? All right, so you want to develop from there. You will also want to develop the ability to the availability, and also the requirement, the recovery requirement based onto the decomposed workloads and also the business needs. Yeah, so you're going to know what are you trying to actually protect here. Then after that, you use the architectural best practices. Okay, so which are depending on what kind of infrastructure and also services that you have deployed. Okay, so you want to use those recommended solutions that has depending on what you have deployed based on your application as well. You want to use the recommended solutions. You want to follow the proven practices, yeah, because that will help you to identify any possible failure points in that particular architecture. And you also want to determine how that application will respond to the failure as well. Okay, so you might want to have a look into the architectural best practices for that solution that you have actually deployed. Then after that, you would want to test with simulations and forced failovers. This is really, really important, right? You got to plan out sometimes, you know, in 1 year, you're going to plan out where's going to be some planned outages or planned downtimes, for example. You're going to plan some downtimes because you want to test this simulation. You're going to test the force failover. You're going to test your backup. You're going to test whether you're able to restore. All right. So you want to simulate the faults as much as possible so that you know that when it's time for you to do that restoration, for example, when it's time for you to actually really fail over, it works. Yeah, many times is that a lot of people, when I used to actually do a lot of backup environment, I was actually in a backup environment, and there were times where people start to do some deployments and they oh, I've already configured a backup. All right, you have already configured a backup. This is done already, and they didn't really test onto it. Yeah, mainly for the small enterprises, you know, because they don't actually have this manpower, you know, to do jobs like this. And they say, oh, we've done the backup, we've done this and that, with all these tapes all available. You know, they're all doing full backup all the time. You know, you need to have a strategy. But the thing is that you have a strategy that's good, but you're still going to test whether the strategy works. Okay, you want to test whether the backup you have done works. Okay, so you got to do sometimes got to do some restoration, you know, just to test whether it works, because what's the purpose of doing backup if it's not able to restore, right? So you got to simulate that as much as possible. All right, so if you have, let's say, a DR site, for example, so once in a while, you're going to make sure that, or in this case, you need to actually have this in the plan to do a simulation failover. All right, so you make sure that it's able to fail over, because by the time when you need it, it has to fail over, else your boss is going to fail you. Put it that way. Right. Okay, so yeah, you test detection and then recovery, and to know whether it's able to recover from those failures. Okay, deploy the application consistently. Okay, so you want to release production using reliable and repeatable processes. All right, so you got to make sure that, you know, if for developers, for example, they have developed their applications and it's time to actually deploy this. That's the reason why in web apps, you know, there's this deployment slots which you can use to actually deploy your application. All right, so it makes it more seamlessly to deploy, reducing downtime and stuff. All right, so deploy applications consistently, right? So have a process for that. Then monitor application health. All right, so you got to detect failures. You need to know how to detect the failures, how to monitor the indicators, because sometimes, you know, it's not all the time that, you know, the monitoring tool that you use tells you, oh, that's the problem, exactly as it is. Sometimes you're going to know the symptoms, you're going to know the indicators that, you know, this could be leading to a failure soon. All right. An example, when I was actually one of my first jobs, you know, I was actually in a monitoring team, taught how to monitor certain systems and how to run. And for whatever reason, you know, just whatever reason, you know, it's just that every time at this particular point in time or this particular day, there will always be one or two of these appliances, network devices, for example. It will show some indication where it's nobody using, but it shows some indication that, you know, that this is going to fail. All right, and we've got to prepare to restart this, because if you don't restart it, you know, it's just so happen that, you know, it's not going to function, and all those services that people are supposed to use are not, they can't access it. All right, so they will provide some sort of indication. All right, so you're going to monitor onto those environment as closely as possible. Sometimes I can put into it as if that, you know, they have their own character. All right, so it's, okay, they're all devices, they're all appliances, they're all applications, but they seem to have their own characters sometimes, you know, in certain ways. You know, so you gotta pick that up, and, you know, it tells you that, okay, this is an indication that it's gonna lead to failure, okay, if you don't do something about it right now. Okay, so detect onto failures, you know, monitor the indicators, any potential failures. You know, you're gonna gauge the health of the applications, you know, to see whether it's healthy. You know, you could actually have, let's say, 2 web apps, right? 2 exact same web apps that has been deployed in 2 different locations, and also using the same app services. All right, app service plan. All right, app service is exactly the same app has been deployed, but you could also see that how it performs. Sometimes in terms of performance, it's not exactly the same. Okay, it's never exactly the same. There could be some differences somewhere or another. Okay, so always gauge the health of your applications from that. All right, so response to failures and disasters. Okay, you're going to identify step number 6 is to identify when a failure occurs, and then you're going to determine how to address it based on established strategies. All right, so you need to actually have an incident process. Okay, how to manage those incidents that actually has happened. All right, so you got to know how to respond to it. You know, it's never a good thing where something happens is that you get stuck. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, because when you're providing these applications and services like this, your customers are depending on it for it to work, right? And they will be waiting for you, you know, or waiting for that service to come up. It's just like, you know, when we are actually doing application testing, or we are doing things like this right now, you know, using the Azure environment. And if Azure is not able to respond or have some sort of like a method to respond to the incident, all right, so it's not going to work, right? So someone has to actually respond to the problem that has happened so that they can continue the business operations. All right, so you got to define requirements. Okay, so when you define requirements, the first thing you're going to do is to identify the workloads and usage. Yeah, so the workload is a distinct capability or task that is logically separated from other tasks. Right, it's by itself in terms of business logic, and storage requirements. So you're going to identify the workloads and usage from that point of view. Then you're going to plan for usage patterns. Right, so probably when you deploy an application or you deploy a service, all right? So how often people use in this location and how often people use the same application deployed in another location could be different, right? So you could have the same, let's say, an e-commerce site deployed over here, but not everyone is like crazy going in to go to do shopping. Probably you have a different kind of pattern or different kind of usage, or probably there are more people who are willing to spend on a different location, for example, and they have a different usage pattern. Yeah, so identify the difference and then in requirements during those critical and non-critical periods. All right, then from there you establish the availability metrics. All right, you establish availability metrics through your mean time to recovery and also the mean time between failures. So you want to use this metrics over here to determine where to add redundancy and where to determine service level agreements for customers. All right, so there will be never a single SLA for everything plain vanilla. No, there will always be different services, or probably even the same service which is provided in different locations. Yeah, they will have different SLAs. All right, so because the usage over there is different. All right, so you want to have a different kind of SLAs for those kind of situation. All right, so then after that you establish recovery metrics. Okay, so you establish recovery metrics. So you have your recovery time objective and your recovery point objective over here. Okay, so those are the parts that is going to be used to create the SLA. All right, so conduct a risk assessment to those metrics to determine the cost and risk of downtime or or data loss during the RTO, RPO baselines. All right, so you're going to have establish recovery metrics from there, and then you determine workload availability targets. Right, so this is where you actually determine your targets SLA. What is the SLA supposed to achieve? Because you don't just come with SLA and just slap it onto the environment and say, okay, this is the SLA I'm going to use. But that SLA was actually being created due to information that has been retrieved from here. This is what we're going to do. Okay, this is how fast we can solve the problem, for example. Okay, and this is the SLA that we're going to provide. Yeah, so determine the target SLA for each application. Yeah, each application workload, services, resource that you're providing, and account for the cost and complexity. All right, and then you really got to understand this. Well, if you guys are the one who created SLA, all right, or if you are handing it down for the party or the operations team to actually execute SLA, make sure that they understand what this service level agreement is. And coming back to us as well, when using Azure services, Azure resources, Azure services, we got to understand those SLAs that are involved as well, because we depend on those SLAs, to provide this service to our customers, right? So we've got to understand what is provided to us as well. All right. Okay. So use architectural best practices. All right. So we have the FMA, failure mode analysis, and this actually builds resiliency into application in early stages of the design stage. Then you want to create a redundancy plan. All right, so this level of redundancy is required for each workload that you create, depends on the business needs, and also factors into the overall cost of your application. All right, you got to create a redundancy plan based on that. Design scalability. All right, so you got to know when you want to scale or how the scaling options, what kind of scaling options you're going to use. Yeah, so over here you can leverage onto the cloud environment. All right, so since the cloud environment allows us to do scaling, all right, auto scaling, we have meta scaling, auto scaling kind of method. All right, so we leverage onto those. All right, so imagine that when we actually have things on-prem, how do you scale stuff? All right, how is it supposed to auto scale when we have things on-prem? Or you're going to have things scaled out dynamically? Would be almost impossible, right? Right. Of course, you can actually create. Let's say it's not to say it's impossible. That you got to make sure that you have your monitoring tool. You must actually have a monitoring tool, to pick up that and use it as a trigger to quickly deploy the next instance. But it's not going to be instant. All right, your instances, like for example, like your VM, your nodes, for example, will not be created instantly. You can actually now deploy one, but it's still going to take time to get it to work, right? To make it available, right? So it's almost impossible in that sense, okay? But it's not to say it's not doable. It's just that it's going to be very, very tricky, all right? So Cloud, on the other hand, is all available. All right, so you just leverage onto the cloud is able to do that. Okay, that service is available in the cloud. Okay, and then we can scale from that. Okay, but then again, we're going to know when we're going to create a condition to auto scale, right? How are we going to auto scale, and what's the limitation of scaling options do we have? All right, because if you have things like, for example, you want to scale the application. All right, so you're going to use some sort of web service plan, app service plan. So the plan that you've used, you've chosen, you have an option to scale, and how many can you scale out? How many nodes can scale out, right? If you're using AKS, for example, right, how many can you scale out in terms of its nodes, right? So you got to look into, first of all, okay, the options that you have, okay, what is the application that you're actually running, okay, so you can look into what are the factors and how to accommodate to the changes in the usage. So you're going to plan for a subscription and service requirements. Yeah, you're going to know that whether your subscription right now, since you're using all these kind of services, I'm sure that you're not going to use the pay-as-you-go subscription. That is going to be so costly, right? So you want to know, you want to make sure that you use the correct subscription for this, all right, and the service requirements. Yeah, so because you want to provision enough resources to meet your business requirements, for example, like storages, yeah, which is ever growing all the time, right? You have your connections that you want to connect to, yeah. For example, you want to use ExpressRoute, you want to use VPN, for example, you want to use a customized VPN, you're using peering, yeah, you're using, for example, like Azure Firewall. Now, in all sense, yeah, if you look into the appliance itself, the NVA, I realized that the one that costs the most is usually not the VPN, it's not the ExpressRoute. Usually the one that costs the most is the Azure Firewall, right? The Azure Firewall, and they have different SKUs for that. Okay, so but even the basic one is more expensive than if you use it ultimately, okay, it's more expensive compared to even to configure the VPN. All right, so we're going to know that since we need that, okay, but
Did we lose Ivan?
Yeah, we lost him, I think.
I think we lost him.
okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, great. Okay. Not good nowadays for the internet connection. Yeah, symptoms like this is telling me the symptom that I need to restart my router. Yeah, things like this. Yeah, so okay, I'm gonna do that later. All right, so things like this, right? So you got to plan for subscription, all right? You got to know, you need to know that you have enough to provision for your resources, okay? Your connections, your throughput, and many others. Then your load balancing, all right? So you got to use load balancing to distribute your request, okay? And when you talk about load balancing, all right, so things like you use scaling, all right, you use auto scaling. So it's and you actually have your virtual machines, for example, in availability zones. Okay, so how is that going to affect your load balancing? Although it's going to be handled by Azure, Azure is going to handle that for you. Okay, but you also need to understand how that works. Okay, so do we need to actually explicitly configure a load balancer, for example? Yeah, so where are you going to put that? How many do we need to have a front end and a back end as well? Yeah, a public load balancer and also back end internal load balancer. And do we need to actually have, let's say, an application gateway, or do we need to have a front door? Do you need to have a traffic manager? All right. And on top of that, if you're running like SQLs and stuff like that, you know, how am I supposed to make sure that those are being load balanced as well? So you're gonna look into where are you load balancing services distributed across the workloads that you're using. Okay, so you got to make sure that, because at the end of the day, is that why are we putting all this kind of stuff? Because at the end of the day, is that we want to ensure that the services we provide to the customers are always there. At the end of the day, users or customers, they don't really care. You know, you've got this load balancer, you've got that. I don't know. I just want to use that service, and we've got to ensure that the service is always available. All right, so we've got to know what kind of, where do we put in the load balancers, how many or what kind of size that we need to use, for example, right? Then build the next one will be build availability requirements into your design. Okay, so when you talk about high availability, for example, you have high availability. So it's not just about putting load balancers. It's not just about that. Yeah, so that is just one part of it. All right, but what about your connectivity? All right, do you actually have like redundant connections? Do you actually have like let's say, for example, your data? So from the preventive portion, okay, to the reactive portion. All right, so the reactive portion is where you talk about DR, right? The preventive portion is that to ensure that the availability of the service, not just from the application itself, the connectivity itself as well. Okay, the resources that you use. Okay, so from all ends. Okay, so there's never a one button click solution. It's like click onto this button, high availability is done. I wish that happens, but it doesn't. All right, so you got to make sure that the availability of your system, okay, is the proportion of the system which is functional and working. All right, and what you mean by functional and working is that from all aspects to ensure that you or customers or users are using the services they're using, it's the risk of actually having any downtime is brought down to the minimum. All right, so whatever could have caused any downtime, we have actually taken care of. We have already taken care of it already. Okay, so that's where we look into all aspects. It's not just one section itself. Okay, and then manage your data. All right, so how do you store your data? How do you back it up? Do you need to do some replication? Is it required for us to replicate to some other places? Some other regions. All right, so you don't just have everything just use LRS. I know that's fast to deploy, it's fast to provision, but it doesn't provide us enough of resiliency in case something went wrong physically on the data center. All right, so we need to have it to use at least a zone replication or zone availability. Yeah, the ZRS, the zone replication option, right? Or probably to a geo replication solution. All right. So Azure service dependencies. Oh, over here, there are no services that are dependent on a single logical data center. Yeah, so from us, when we are using the Azure services, does Azure tell us that right now we are using Azure Active Directory, for example, is now the service that we're now using is actually in this data center? No, we don't know. In fact, they won't tell us because probably a lot of data centers right now is supporting this Azure service. Okay, because you can't depend on one. Okay, you can't depend on just one data center to provide that service. What if that data center goes down, right? So non-regional services deployed to 2 or more regions. Okay, and if there's a regional failure, in case if there's regional failure, the instance of the service in another region can continue to provide or to service the customers or to service the users. All right. So all Azure services are all Azure services that store customer data allow the customer to specify the specific region in which their data will be stored. Yeah, so for example, like in your storage, okay, so when we choose the GRS, we can specify where this is going to be replicated, but we have to choose according to the list provided. Right? If let's say we're coming from Southeast Asia, for example, I can't choose somewhere which is beyond the list. I can't choose, let's say, oh, it's going to go to East US 2. No, it's not. That's not going to work because it's not within the list. Because we also have to understand that the data centers, every data center is not the same. All right, they need to actually, what Azure's going to put is that Azure's going to do is they're going to group all those data centers that has the same capability in the same region. All right. So we need to understand these dependencies between Azure services to help better to architect our applications and whatever services. And you can sometimes ask, can request from Azure services, is there a new service coming in and stuff like that? We can opt to actually use or to opt into their in-service or some preview options that may be available to us sometimes. All right, so we might also want to have a look into the dependency documentation. All right, by probably contacting onto your Microsoft sales and customer representative. Okay, so they can provide you some dependency documentation so we can plan our replication, for example, or storage redundancy better. Okay, so we know exactly what's actually really happening. All right. test with simulations and forced failovers. Yeah, you're going to make sure that we test it all the time. So it tests for common failover scenarios by triggering actual failures by simulating them. All right. So use force injection testing to test common scenarios and recovery time in this kind of scenarios. So identify scenarios failures that occur only under load. Yeah. So test for peak load. Yeah, for this, we want to test for peak load. Use production data or any synthetic data that you have that is as close as possible to the actual production data as much as possible. All right, so you want to inject. So there are tools that you can use. There are third-party tools you can use as well. All right, so in order to test, you do them. We call this stress tests. Okay, to stress test onto your application, onto your services, onto your resources. So run disaster recovery drills. So you need to have some sort of disaster recovery plan and test it periodically. Yeah, perform failover and failback testing. Yeah, so this is very important. Yeah, so when you do a failover, all right, unless both of let's say in this case you have this failover here, both of it are same priority. Yeah. Primary. So you can't actually have two primaries, definitely, right? So when you do a replication, there's always a primary, the other one, the secondary is always a standby, right? So when the secondary is being initiated to run or kickstart to run, all right, so primary probably has failed. Well, do we want it to fail back, all right, when the primary goes up again, all right? So in most cases, we want that to happen. So you're going to make sure that we're able to fail back, all right? So we perform the failover, works good. All right, and then make sure we form the failback so that it's able to throw back the service or throw back the role back to the primary side. Okay, run simulation tests. Okay, so you're testing real life scenarios, and you can highlight issues that needs to be addressed and test health probes. Okay, so configure health probes for load balancers and traffic managers to check onto critical system components. All right, so health probes, yeah, very important. Yeah, so we configure your load balancer. Your load balancer can run the health probes based on HTTP or TCP. All right, so most cases you run by default is running on TCP. And when you configure your health probes, okay, there are two parts of the configuration. Number one, it's the interval time, okay, and then the based onto the failure blocks, okay, of total failures and when is it going to determine that it's going to, well, basically we call this a date timer. All right, you actually have a hello timer. All right, hello timer over here, which means that interval time. All right, so it's expecting, let's say, every 10 seconds. Yeah, every 10 seconds, I'm supposed to actually get a response from you. Yeah, I'm going to send you some information, and you're gonna send a hello packet, for example, and you're going to respond to me. All right, you're going to respond to me. So every 10 seconds, we're going to do that. Right, but if let's say, for example, every 10 seconds I do that onto you, but there's no response, well, okay, probably you're processing it, probably there's a delay, but I'm going to give some grace time, and if I still don't get response from you, even given the grace period, no, then I'm going to put you as that you're dead. Okay, I'm not going to forward any information to you anymore. So that's actually how your load balancer works. That's actually how your application gateway works. That's also how your front door works as well. Yeah, if you deploy Azure front door. All right, but does it work with your traffic manager? No, traffic manager doesn't do that. Okay, traffic manager doesn't do that. All right, so traffic manager is basically just resolving. It's based on name resolution. Okay, so you're gonna have your health probe. You're gonna make sure the health probe works as well. All right, so you're gonna test onto monitoring systems. All right, so you be sure that you test that your monitoring system is actually working as well. So just now, like Kendall was actually having issues. Everything seems to work fine, but I don't see anything from the processor. All right, so it seems like the processor is like not showing me any information. All right, so yeah, we depend on the monitor to tell us what's happening, but if the monitor stops working, right? Yeah, it's just like you're driving the car, right? And you can see on the dashboard, you have all these odometers, speedometers, and all these meters over there, but they're not telling you what's happening. Your car is moving, you're pressing on the accelerator, but your speedometer is actually it's not moving. How fast am I going? All right, so you're gonna make sure that that works too. Okay, so we're gonna find out what went wrong. And then you might want to include third-party services in test scenarios, right? Because you want to test any possible points of failure. So sometimes because when you use like native resources, native tools, yeah, that's good, that's cool, yeah, that's what we want. But we want to see as well sometimes when you use third party, do we get the same results? All right, whatever is being shown by the monitor, for example, this monitoring this and this and this, yeah, these are the results and statistics, this is the performance, right? But if I were to use, let's say, a third-party tool to monitor, well, does it give me the same result? All right, so just want to know, for example, yeah, you want to get a second opinion, right? So you probably want to include that too. Okay, so deploy applications consistently. Yeah, you want to automate your application deployment process. Yeah, so you have seen a lot of ways to automate things or to do things consistently, right? For example, you want to deploy your applications, you deploy your resources. We have templates, right? You have templates for those, right? You want to deploy, let's say, your policies, your permissions, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, you can use templates, but let's say for the overall kind of situation, you have your blueprints. Okay, you have the blueprints to do that. Yeah, so you can ensure that your policies, okay, your permission settings, right, your resource groups that you want to deploy, right, they are the same as what we did before. Okay, so we can have a blueprint for this, right? So there are so many things that we can use to ensure consistency. All right, design your release process to maximize availability. Yeah, so if your release process requires services to go offline during your deployment, well, your application is unavailable until they come back online. Yeah, so in this case, I gotta ensure that, you know, if I bring it down, it's able to come online, or as best as I could, don't bring it offline. Yeah, so choose. In this case, we're talking about your application service plan, yeah, app service plan over here. And does it support deployment slots? Yeah, I want to deploy my application over here. I don't need to bring down that previous application. Or in this case, if let's say when I've deployed the application already, the brand new application, right, and well, it's new, it's a bit buggy. Can I revert quickly to the previous one? Okay, so you gotta ensure that the availability of your application is always there. Because like I said, customers, they don't know what you're doing at the back. All they know is that, hey, can I make that purchase? Why is that thing so slow? And things like that, right? And recently, what's happening over here in Malaysia, because it's still taking in registration from people to do the vaccination, and they have to go into the portal to actually, you know, register for it. You know, so I was lucky to able to do that quite early, because once they actually announced that, I quickly went into the portal to register for it, and because not many people are actually reusing it, so not many people actually registering for it, so it was quite fast. I was able to get a slot quite quickly. So in the midst of it, and while everyone came to know that, yeah, I gotta go through vaccination right now, quickly go in, and everyone starts to go into that portal, it starts to go down. All right, and people will start complaining, you know, say, hey, what's wrong with the system? And I can get a slot, and sometimes, you know, because they had to do something in the back, you know, to ensure that this works, you know. So I think what they did was they did something manual, where people were registering for it, and they got their date, you know, to when they do the vaccination. But all of a sudden, when they check onto the app again, the date changed. The date changed, you know, because there were some people probably saying that it's slow, and they restarted it, and they manually put in the information back again, or probably it was swapped to a different date altogether. I don't know. It's chaos. It's chaos, right? So there was a lot of hoo-ha about it. All right, so you're gonna make sure that availability of the application has to be there. All right, so because people don't really care, you know, they just know that it doesn't work, complain, you know, and then, you know, say that it's just no good. Okay, so we have to think at that point of view to reduce those kind of situation. All right, so have a rollback plan for deployment. All right, design a rollback process to return to the last known good version. That's where deployment slots comes in. And then log and audit deployments. Yeah, you got to know who has deployed this, when was it being deployed, what happened during deployment. All right, so if you have staged deployment techniques here, more than one version of application is running in production. Okay, so you got to make sure that, you know, that all these are being locked down, yeah, because you want to trace back as much as possible the events that has happened. So, is there any possible failures that, or possible steps that we have missed out, for example? Yeah, and document the application release process. Yeah, so I guess all these are standard, all right? So you need to actually document every time we do a release, okay, or we actually do a new application came out, you got to have a release documentation for that. Yeah, clearly define what has changed, you know, clearly define what what is the process on what is the process to release this, okay, and what are the features, for example. So the operations teams need to know about this, because when the operations teams are taking in calls and say, hey, this thing doesn't work, or this configuration doesn't work, for example, or let's say this feature that I wanted is not there. Okay, so the operations team needs to know how to address that issue. They'll be taking in calls, for example, right? The help desk parts of operations. Okay, so they need to be briefed, okay, or probably trained onto that. Okay, so to monitor health application, implement your health groups, check your functions, check how long the workflows is running, maintain your application logs, ensure that your remote call statistics and share the data with the application team, make sure that they are aware about that there are certain information which is coming in which doesn't tally, all right, so let them know so they can fix it. Track transient exceptions, retries, and overtime in an appropriate time frame. Okay, set up any early warning system. Okay, so indicators, you always have to look at indicators. It's not going to be like a one-day job, right? So probably going to monitor it like a week, probably 2 weeks, probably in some cases probably a month. We're going to collect information for a month, because different time of the day or different period of time, they would have different kind of indication that we would have missed out. All right, so from there you can set up some early warning, okay, from your alerting tool to tell that this is actually happening, so that you can create some sort of automation, or you can alert your team or send to ITSM to create a ticket, send it over to the developers to tell that this is actually happening. Right, operate within Azure subscription limits. That's really important. No money, no talk. And what is the third-party services you have? If you're not using any Azure native services, you're using third-party tools, for example. So you're going to make sure that it works. Although most of the time, or many times, is that in fact, Azure actually has tested any of the third-party tools before they publish it out into the marketplace, right? But again, sometimes it's beyond Azure's control, because those applications are not developed by them, or those services are not developed by them. So although it's tested, it's running fine, but sometimes things happen, right? So you got to make sure that it works, right? So you're going to train multiple operators to monitor the application and perform manual recovery steps when required. So when you respond to failures and disaster, all right, plan support interactions. Each team needs to be communicating with each other. All right, so you have probably, let's say, the help desk send it over to the first tier, second tier, then you have the third tier. So you're gonna make sure the job roles are there. Right. Sometimes I see back home over here, there's certain environment that they have like this department over here, or this team over here is actually first and second tier. So I'll be looking at that scenario, is that first and second tier. So you're doing the first tier and the second tier. Is that right? Okay, so what's that differentiation in the job scope? So are you first or second? So what is the job scope over there? What's that thing that you got to handle? All right, so sometimes there are situations like this. But if, let's say, they are different teams, so the way how to interact with that team, or information that needs to be sent over, okay, what kind of information that they need for them to continue the work, okay, that's very important. All right, because sometimes what they do is like, oh, just throw the whole thing into the ticket, just copy the whole thing, just throw it into the ticket. But it takes time for the data side to actually then filter what to look at. Say, wow, the whole log is over here. Now, am I going to look at the whole log? Because given the amount of time you have to solve the problem, right? But you got to check the whole log. What am I supposed to look at right now, right? Or how long do I have to, to actually find the indication? All right, of the actual problem that I'm supposed to be looking at. All right, so in this case, plan for support interactions. Make sure that the correct information is being passed on, so that the next team can continue to work efficiently. All right, document and test your disaster recovery plan. Failover manually when required. All right, so it's not all the time everything which is automatic failover is good. Okay, sometimes we got to do some manual failover to make sure that's actually working. Prepare for application failure. Recover from data corruption. So make sure that even though we have replication does not substitute onto your backups. Okay, replication does not substitute your backups. Backups are backups. Those are required, because when you replicate something, if you have something which is corrupted, it's still being replicated as a corrupted file, or corrupted service, or corrupted whatever. All right, so in that case, you've got to bring it out from your backup. Right, so you got to recover from. You need to know that there's always backups available for you to do the restoration. Okay, recover from network outage. All right, so yes, we have Azure. It's going to take care of that VPN for us. It's going to take care of that. It's going to take care of that express route for us. It's going to take care of that VNet peering for us. Yes, cool. Yeah, so throw it all in Azure. But again, Azure still depends on some physical data center. Yes, they have some SLA for them to actually ensure that it's actually working. Okay, and if it fails in their side, they will be glad to actually provide some sort of penalty. But when it reflects back to our side, okay, for example, we are now facing the customer, we're facing the end users, and they don't care. Like I said, they don't care that what you're using Azure and Azure has failed. I don't care. We are paying for the service that you subscribe for. Right? So at their end, they'll be pushing down the pressure down to us, right? So we've still got to get that solved, right? So you're going to ensure that we have planned that out, okay, even from the network point of view, that is actually being covered. Again, like I said, redundancy or high availability, okay, is when we have looked into all aspects to ensure that the service is available as much as possible. All right, there's no way there's a single magical button or a magic pill for us to do that. Okay, so recover from dependent service failure, okay, and recover from, also look into recovering from region-wide service disruption. Okay, so recommend an Azure site recovery solution. So look into this, having to use. So question number one, right? Question number one, where do we get to configure our site replica? Yeah, site service recovery. Where do we get to reconfigure that? Where do we configure this service over here? Anyone?
It's a recovery vault when we create.
Oh, fantastic. Right. So yes, we go over to the recovery services vault, okay, and there's this site replication over there. So it replicates the entire site for us. Yeah. So for instance, we have, let's say, just one virtual machine. All right. But when we deploy virtual machine, remember that it also deploys the virtual network, the network interface card, okay, the storage that comes together with the virtual machine as well. Okay, so when we actually replicate this, just the virtual machine using our site recovery, okay, our site replication, is going to replicate the entire thing, not just the virtual machine alone, the virtual machine, the site, the virtual network, the network interface card, the NSG, the storage, everything will be replicated. Okay, so this is you got to remember this concept over here. So it's not just this alone, but everything subnet. Yeah, if this availability set's configured, so it's going to replicate that too, the whole thing over there. All right. So the target resources. All right. So the target resources is going to get the subscription. He's going to use a subscription definitely, to create that new resource. So it's going to create a resource group. It's going to create a new VNet. It's going to create a new storage account. All right. It's going to create a managed disk, availability sets or zones that you have configured. All right. So it's going to go over that. So before it actually creates that exact copy, all right, so all this information is going to be cached, all right, so because your stuff is still functioning, still running, okay, so, and over here is going to create that replica over here, so that replica over here is going to get the information from the cache, all right, so why I'm going to do that? Because just in case, during the replication, all right, or during the replication on its first run, okay, or maybe after the replication, the whole thing has been configured, all right, the whole thing that's been set up and is doing that synchronization in case some part over here has failed, all right, some part over here has failed. So it's just going to cut off from the data cache. Yeah, it's not going to affect onto your actual resource itself, okay? It's that probably over here will not get the most updated information, all right? So we just got to rerun that replication again if that connection comes up, all right? So what could have caused the connection to go down? Because replication over here, we don't control the connection, right? We don't have to create peering or VNet or VNet peering or VPN or any sort of connection. No, we don't have to do that but sometimes, like I said, things happens, all right? So that particular data center and that region having issues, okay, they're having issues over there. There's some downtime. Yep. Azure will actually solve that for us. Okay, but again, our service will be disrupted. Okay, so over here, the cache over here is to minimize the problem so that if let's say the replication here, the connection has gone down, it's just going to cut off from that. It's going to revert from the latest or from the one before. There's actually a recovery point over there. There's restoration point over there in this site. We don't have to configure that. Okay, so it's just going to go back to the previous setting, yeah, or to the previous information. All right, since the current information is just halfway through, so it's not going to use that. All right. So the replication policy, yeah. So when you create this replication policy over here, all right. So you have this recovery point retention for hours. This is the part over here. Okay, just in case, right, during replication itself, yeah, during replication itself, something went wrong. Okay, so you can actually go back to the recovery retention point. Yep. So you have the application consistent snapshot frequency. All right. So if you have the application, you're running applications over there, right? So you want to snapshot that, yeah, so you can revert back to the snapshots, right? So you can modify the settings as much as you can if you want, okay? But I would suggest that you have this planned out first, all right? Have this planned out first before you actually do the configuration, all right? Snapshots and recovery points, yeah. So we've mentioned about that, okay? So the recovery points are actually created from snapshots from VM disks, taken at the point in time when you actually specify during that configuration that. So when a VM fails over, you use that recovery point to restore the VM to the target location, right? Just in case there's something went wrong with failover or something went wrong with the replication. So when failing over, we generally want that VM to start with no corruption or data loss, right? So when during the replication itself, like I said, if the cache is not there and it's taking information halfway through in the target site, all right, and it's going through halfway, it's getting the replication, the synchronized information halfway through, but something went wrong, like I said. So it's not able to continue to use that information, right? It has to revert back to the previous one, okay? So use back to previous. So when we start that VM for whatever reason, when we start that VM, it has to make sure that it's a running piece, okay? So ensure that there's no corruption or data loss, even though it's in older information, but it's running, okay, rather than it's corrupted altogether. All right, and that VM data is consistent for the operating system, yeah, for the apps as well, whatever services they're running. So it depends on the type of snapshots taken. All right, so site recovery, okay, so on the site recovery, it takes the snapshots as follows, yeah. So the site recovery takes crash consistent snapshots of data by default. Yeah, so the site recovery will do that for you. You don't have control, like I said. Yeah, they do that for you, but you're just going to tell them how long to retain that information. All right, so the app consistent snapshots, if you specify frequency for them. The recovery points are created from the snapshots and stored in accordance with retention settings in the replication policy. Yep. Okay, so the replication process. So when the replication is enabled for an Azure VM, so what is actually really happening? So number one, the Site Recovery Mobility Service extension is installed on your VM. So there's actually a extension installed, okay? Then the extension registers the VM to the Site Recovery. The continuous replication begins from the VM, and these writes are immediately transferred to the cache storage account in the source location. All right, then the number 4 will be this, right? So site recovery process in the data, site recovery processes the data in the cache and sends it to the target storage account or to the replica managed disk. Yeah. And then after the data is processed, crash consistent recovery points are generated every 5 minutes. Yeah, so every 5 minutes is actually generating that recovery services point. Now, some of the connectivity requirements. Yeah, so outbound connectivity URLs that require, if you're using, let's say, for example, blobs. Okay, so remember the URL, it always ends with a blob.core.windows.net. Okay, so what do we need this for? We allow data to be written from VM to cache storage account in the source region. So which means that when you actually have your, if you realize, okay, let me bring up my pen again. When we create that replication, okay, so this is the source, okay, this is the target site or the target region. Okay, so over here, the cache data, okay, is actually on this site. all right, where it's actually a storage account with a blob container. Okay, there's a blob container over here. So all the information goes into the blob, that's the cache storage. Okay, and then from the cache storage, then it goes down into the actual VM, the replica VM over here on its site configuration and whatnot. Okay, in order to get that synchronized. So since it's a blob, all right. So since it's a blob, okay, it's actually a blob container. It actually has this. And you'll see that a new resource group will be created as well. Okay, and in that resource group will consist of that storage account, and that blob container is there as well. Okay, so make sure that you have your login Microsoft.online. Okay, so these are the URLs that you require. Okay, some region rules. Okay, source region rules. Okay, so all of the replication goes outbound using port 443. Okay, using port 443. So if you actually have let's say some firewall that you're running, okay, so even though it's not going through our firewall that you're creating, okay, so we don't worry about that, but it's running on port 443 there. So Azure is going to ensure that that's going to happen and that's going to work because it's running on this backbone. All right. Okay, so some failover process. Okay, so whenever a failover is initiated, okay, the VM are created in a target resource group. The target failover, the target network, target everything over here, we've got to initialize the failover. So it's going to bring this up and it's going to bring this down. Okay, if we're going to test the failover, if this really failed, real thing, okay, the real thing actually really failed, we're going to come over here to initialize or start it. It's not going to be started automatically. All right, we're going to come over here to start this manually. All right. Okay, design a solution for data archiving and retention. All right, so we have the blob storage. Okay, the blob storage. But what about the store simple? This is an appliance basically. Here, store simple is the appliance is basically the data box. All right, appliance running on premise that can tier data into your blob storage in that case. So you have two versions over there. You have the offline version where they give you a box, okay, where you copy all the stuff there. Azure is going to come in and it's going to collect that from you and then bring it over to the data center. Okay, and it's marked as hot tier. It's going to put it into the hot tier blob. All right, hot tier blob storage. This cold tier is going to put it into cold tier blob storage. There's an online version as well. They give you a gateway, okay, where it's going to go through the network connectivity and transfer the files from your on-prem into the Azure data center. Okay, so you have that. So if you're using just the blob storage itself, okay, you're going to use Azure Backup. Okay, you use Azure Backup. Cool. Azure Backup goes into your blob storage. Azure Backup the application onto your blob storage as well. Could you use a third-party application or third-party backup solution? Yes, you have those third-party application or backup solution in the marketplace too. Be sure that you store it into your blob storage. All right. Okay, so then you have the backups. All right, so in your backups, you have two options. All right, so you got to know which option to use. So if you want to do backup for your on-prem, okay, for example, if you're on-prem over here, you have option number one, you install the backup agent. All right, so backup agent, let's say, for example, onto this machine. Okay, onto this machine over here, install the backup agent. And what's the requirement to install the backup agent? Anyone remembers? Backup agent. Right, it only targets onto Windows. Right, it only targets onto Windows, unfortunately. All right, if you use the backup agent method. So you download the backup agent, install the backup agent. All right, and then let's say it's just for this machine only. Okay, so you will configure the backup from the backup agent, and it's going to go into your Azure Backup. All right, so it's only available for Windows machine. All right, so if you have let's say the entire environment, okay, then you probably want to use a Azure Backup Server. Okay, so Azure Backup Server will give you more features in that case, right? So it can back up not just your Windows, it can back up your Linux, okay, if you have Linux, okay, and condition that is actually coming from your virtual machines, okay, so VMs. And in this case, VMs that supported, it supports VMware as well. If you're using Citrix, unfortunately, all right, unfortunately, if you're using Citrix, you can't do that. Okay, but if you have VMware, you have you have Hyper-V. Okay, if you are using Exchange on-prem, you have using SharePoint on-prem, you have SQL on-prem. Okay, so you can use the backup server to back up all those individual files or the entire application back into Azure. All right, if you're using backup server. All right, so you're gonna download this backup server. It's an OVF file. You can install it onto any of your virtualization platform, VMware or Hyper-V. All right, so it's option number 1, using Azure Native Backup. All right, option number 2, you use the third-party backup apps. Okay, and when I say third-party over here, that includes onto your DPM. Okay, so even though this is Microsoft, okay, but it's not part of Azure, although it can be connected to Azure. All right, but it's considered, in this case, it's considered as DPM because it's not part of Azure service itself. All right, so yeah, you can use DPM. All right, this over here, third-party backup service. So you can back up your virtual machines, you can back up your applications as much as whatever your DPM can see, right, into Azure. All right, and when you back it up, it doesn't go into your Azure backup vault. It doesn't go into a recovery services vault. Well, you want to back it up into your Azure storage. All right, although DPM can work, it's possible to work with Azure backup as well. Right, DPM itself is able to work with Azure backup, but besides DPM, you have any other things, all right, any other backup solutions, all right, you want to put into the cloud, you want to use this guy, all right? Plain and simple. Why? Because no capacity limit. Yeah, you can put as much things as possible if you want inside. You're not going to use any file share for this because there's a capacity limit over there. All right. Okay. So the backup cloud applications to and data to cloud. Yeah, your cloud applications and whatever data in the cloud. So if you have, let's say, your virtual machine, okay, if you have, let's say, your apps, okay, what else, your SQL, for example, even though SQL is actually doing its own backup, yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, is that it goes into a blob as well. All right, blob storage. Okay, so your virtual machines, for example, your virtual machines, it has disks, all right? You have disks. You can apply your a blob storage onto the virtual machine as well. Okay, you have an option to do that. And when you do a backup, okay, it goes into the backup, Azure backup. When we do the Azure virtual machine, okay, if this is in Azure itself, we're going to do it onto a backup. We don't need to specify a storage. Yeah, that is actually done by us. It is actually done by Azure. It's actually being handled. There's no capacity as well. But we know at the end inside is actually a blob storage. Okay, even though we don't manage it. If we do our apps, okay, if we back up our apps, we have to define a blob storage. Okay, so we go to the app itself and say, hey, I want to back up this app. Yeah, so your web app over there, go to the select backup. All right, when you select backup option, it asks you which storage account you're going to use and which container is going to hold this backup. So you're going to make sure that you create a container or use any existing container that you have. All right, so that is using Azure Native Backup. All right, so if you use a third-party backup again, it goes back into your blobs, into your blob storage. Okay, so your virtual machine, yeah, you need to install whatever extension. Yeah, because your third-party backup, you could get it from the marketplace, right? That particular backup solution will most definitely install some sort of extension onto your virtual machines, right? That virtual machine could be on-prem, it could be in the cloud, all right, wherever it is. Okay, so but at the end of the day, it's going to go into a blob, yeah, blob storage. So that's a little bit about the backup over there. To have a look into, if you would like to have a look into some labs over here, let me just bring up my lab. Okay, so for the labs, so if you want to do a little bit of backup and recovery, you can have a look into a challenge lab again because there's no hands-on lab for this. Okay, so you can have a look into design an Azure SQL database for disaster recovery. All right, you can look into this one. So challenge lab number 10. All right, this is a very short one. Basically, you're doing a very quick design, okay, onto Azure SQL database for disaster recovery. Okay. Any questions on that?
I did the data factory one earlier, and the SQL services were super slow. So I'm hoping this time it's not.
Fingers crossed.
It's the first time I did the data factory lab. It timed out on me because the SQL server was so slow to respond.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Are you still on that? Are you done with that already?
I'll finish that one. Yeah, just
All right,
during
cool.
my lunch break. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, so I'm going to launch this. So let's start with this this Challenge Lab module number 10. All right, so we have all right, so this Challenge Lab is going to be half an hour. All right, so everyone done with the lab already? Shall we move on? All right, great. Okay, so we're going to look into the next chapter. Where is my screen? There we go. Okay, on the next chapter, we look into the design for high availability. All right, and this would be the last chapter for today. So most likely we'll go to finish our class early, but we'll look into, there'll be options to look into some labs as well. All right, so let's look into this. High availability, this how they design high availability over here. So look into solutions for applications in multiple Azure regions for high availability. All right, so HA, that's a big word there. Yeah, a lot of things to be looking at in HA. And we look into applications in multiple Azure regions for high availability. Okay, how we're going to deal with that. And then HA applications to handle disaster recovery. So let's look into high availability. All right, so when we look at your high availability, all right, so we have this, the first thing that we have to think in mind from the infrastructure point of view, okay, is that do we actually have an additional instance? Okay, for example, we're building a VM, all right, do we have an additional instance? And when you build a VM, for example, if you're doing on the infrastructure side, we build a VM, are we going to use the availability options? Okay, so we have two availability options over here. We have the availability sets and availability zone. All right, availability sets and availability zones. All right, so let's look into the sets first. All right, so let's recall that a little bit. Availability sets. So what does availability set actually really do? So what it does is that is to provide you redundancy. All right, in case of anything happen onto the so-called rack that you're in. All right, so what Azure does is that it creates additional instances for you, distributed into different racks. Okay, so you can specify, let's say I want to have like 2 fault domains. All right, 2 fault domains. So one fault domain means 1 rack. So I have 2 fault domains, which means that I want to have 2 racks. Where are the racks located? I don't know in which part of the data center, but it's in the same data center. All right, and you want to have, let's say, 3 update domains. So let's say 3 virtual machines or 3 hosts, right? 3 hosts spread across these 2 racks here. Okay, so that's where we talk about availability sets, which means basically redundancy within the same data center. So when we talk about zones, it will be in different data centers. Okay, so this is what a zone is made out of. Okay, a zone is made out of data centers that has its own power, its own power source, its own cooling factor, its own cooling source here. It has its own HVAC implementation and its own physical network connectivity. All right, so by default, of course, every data center that has been chosen or every data center that has been deployed, they follow the set of data center deployment that's supposed to be. It has redundancy and also all this kind of stuff. It's all there. Okay, but again, sometimes things happen. All right, so that's where we want to have our virtual machine is here, our application is here, our resources are here. So we want them to be available in different zones as well. Okay, just in case this data center goes down. Okay, so we can still access, okay, from a different zone. All right, so this replication over here, all right, it is replicating. All right, all of these are you can choose to have like 2 zones or 3 zones. Yeah, some regions, there are some regions that provide you up to 5 zones. Okay, so when it comes down to which region we are at. Okay, so but in most cases, in most regions, you'll find that there are 3 zones. All right, and you don't have to choose all 3. Okay, you don't have to choose all 3. You can choose probably just 2, okay, rather than have 3, because you have the third one that's going to cost even more. Because when we talk about these availability zones, what's really happening over here is that you still have your availability sets here. Okay, so availability sets are configured here, for example. Then after that, it's going to make another one over here. All right, so to deliver reliability in Azure. Okay, so we have to think about, so still coming back to the same concept that we had mentioned earlier on, to think about the services that we are providing. Okay, first of all, we think about the service that we're providing. Okay, we always look at that first. What kind of service is this? Is this service like critical service? Is this service is like, oh, okay, it's there, okay, but it's not really critical. All right, so in that case, that will help me to determine what sort of how redundant is it going to be? How highly available is that going to be? All right, so when we start to look into the service, then we have to think how resilient the foundation is going to be. The foundation will be the platform. Okay, the platform, Microsoft investment in the platform. All right, so that is where all our stuff is going to be. But of course, that is not going to be done by us, right? Microsoft actually has done that. Okay, they have actually invested millions and millions of dollars on each data center, you know, to bring that up. Okay, so that it gives us that platform for us to build our stuffs. Okay, so of course they actually have done some stuff on, done some configuration or done some setup onto the data center so that it's actually highly available by itself. But again, like I say, things could have happened. All right, so then on this portion, the services. All right, so services are the service that we want to use. Okay, what are the services we want to use? For example, like for storage, we have the zone redundant storage, right? We have the LRS, a GRS. Yeah, what kind of service we want to use? All right, so any services that supports high availability. You have the availability zones, for example. Okay, services that supports high availability. Then applications. All right, so the applications is the one which is will have more variables there, right? The one which is more variables. What do we mean by variables over here? Which means that some applications by itself, it has redundancy. Okay, maybe we're going to take some application which is available in the marketplace. We're gonna use that application. It has some built-in redundancy over there, some high availability options over there. Okay, we can just configure straight from that. But some it doesn't have that. Okay, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have that availability over there. All right, so we got to make that ourselves. We got to create that manually, and that's where we start to think about. Okay, we have this load balancer. Okay, load balancer. We have our application gateway. All right, we have our front door. All right, you get the gist. All right, so you have to create that our own. All right, so until the point whereby we want to have additional resiliency, okay, in this case of DR, and then that's where replication comes in. All right, so zonal versus zone redundant architecture. Okay, so what is this zonal and zone redundant? Okay, now default, okay, when we actually configure a availability zones, yeah, availability zones, is this. Okay, so you kind of think about this. You know, so I have my VM over here. Okay, I have my VM over here, and when I want to create my VM over here, for example, and I tell Azure, saying, "Hey Azure, I'm going to select the availability options." Okay, I want to have availability options over there. So, okay, how many zones do you want to select? 1, 2, or 3? One is not going to work for you, right? Because in this case, if that data center goes down, there's no redundancy. Okay, so in this case, you want to have at least two zones. Pop is like this too. Now, as I say, it's that we do not need to configure any sort of load balancer or anything that, you know, you don't even know exactly, you know, which one actually you're really using. All right, so or that our VM over here goes down, but we still can access the VM over here, okay, because it's there. Okay, I can still access it. Okay, so that's zone redundant. All right, this zone redundant is actually automatically handled by Azure. Okay, but when we look into this zonal, all right, now zonal it's self-configured. All right, and that's where we actually have, say, our typical load balancer. Okay, our typical load balancer over here. All right, so in our typical load balancer, our layer 4 load balancer, your network load balancer. All right, so you create your virtual machines. All right, you create the virtual machines, then you put a load balancer there. So those virtual machines, let's say, for example, individual virtual machines in that case. Okay, they are within that same zone. For example, we put in that load balancer. It's actually load balancing between that 3 virtual machines. That zonal means is that we configure ourselves. All right, reconfigure ourselves. But again, remember that if in an environment whereby our virtual machines, they actually have skill sets, okay, or they have been configured with availability zones, all right, and then we put in an additional load balancer on top of the one that we configured explicitly, okay, then that would be a zonal plus the zone redundant as well. The redundant part, the zone redundant part, we don't have to configure because that will be onto the virtual machine that has availability zones configuration. Okay, but the load balancer that we've deployed, that will be zonal. All right. Okay, so you just have to remember, zonal means we configure ourselves. Okay, we set that load balancer. Okay, we deploy it. Zone redundant. Okay, that's usually with availability options. Okay, so availability zones. Okay, so that is actually being automatically configured, okay, by Azure itself. All right. So some SLAs that is being offered when we actually use availability zones. Okay, so what is the SLAs that's applied over here? So when we use a single VM, all right, a single VM, it says that yes, we have SLA. All right, yeah, there's SLA for it, but this is onto that single VM, which is located at that single host, okay, at that host itself. Okay, so this host where our VM is located, okay, located over here, well, things has been done, you know, to ensure Azure has ensure that, you know, this host is working, okay, it's fine, okay, so you have SLA based onto this host itself, not onto the rack. Okay, if something went wrong with the rack, for example, okay, power went down, connectivity went down, whatsoever, okay, on the rack itself, you're not covered. Okay, it's just covering onto this host itself. All right, oops. Okay, so that is if you have a single instance VM. All right, now then if you have, let's say, availability sets, okay, that's where hardware failure against any server rack. All right, your server rack itself, the server rack goes down. Okay, you have another option. You still have another instance over here. You still have an instance over here. All right, so whichever instance you're using or whichever you're accessing, you don't really need to know. You have access to your virtual machine. Okay, so that's availability set. So you get an SLA of 99.95% depending on to how many racks that you actually support. At least two, basically. Yeah, you need to have at least 2 racks. Okay. Over here you have availability zones. Okay, this part over here. Okay, you will get protection against the failure of data center. Okay, the failure of data center over here. This data center goes down in terms of, like, you know, power going to the data center itself. Network is not going through into the data center, so you still have your instance onto the data centers from a different data center. That's where you have your zone redundant done. That is not configured by us. Okay, it's all done by Azure. All right, so you don't have to worry about that. Now then, if you have here, the next one, because this is all in the same region, yeah, all in the same region. All right, this 3 over here. So sometimes, you know, that region goes down for whatever reason. Yeah, for whatever reason, yeah, the reason goes down. Okay, maybe updating or maintenance, and all the data centers and regions just is down for whatever reason. Okay, so that's where we want to think about that as well. Okay, in case that, you know, that region goes down, I have another one that is supporting me in a different region here. Okay, so in that, this is not active. Okay, this over here is not active. So this one over here, you've got to come over to this guy to initiate this. Okay, to turn on. All right. Okay, so high availability for business continuity and disaster recovery. Okay, so now it's always, my take is always to have this plan beforehand. And I always say this is that always look into the service that you want to deploy. All right, always look into the service that we want to deploy. What are the services that you're looking at? Do we want to, from that service then, do we want to actually have this highly available? And can we leverage onto the cloud's infrastructure or cloud's services on that, make it cloud optimized? All right, we make it cloud optimized. So when you make it cloud optimized, you can actually use things like availability sets and zones. All right, we make use of that. Okay, sets, okay, and better still, if you have zones, okay, we make use of that. Then what we want is that do you want to have scaling options? Again, we are actually using leveraging onto the cloud's features. All right, we leverage onto the features in the cloud to deal that first, because then a scaling part, okay, you know, to add additional instance, you know, to provide me performance, that's going to be dealt with by Azure. Azure's going to handle that for me. I don't have to worry about that. Okay, at least I don't have to worry about the additional instance of the virtual machine. But let's say, I'm just saying, let's say, okay, you have deployed or you actually did a migration. Okay, you did a migration, a lift and shift. All right, so you migrated all this stuff, okay, into the cloud. Okay, so now it's located in Azure, single instance virtual machine. So the question is that, can we create multi-instance for a virtual machine? Let's say this is the virtual machine itself, okay, a single instance virtual machine once it's being deployed. The answer is no. Okay, we cannot create, you cannot create availability sets for an existing virtual machine. We cannot create scaling on the existing virtual machine. Okay, that is just not possible. Yeah, so that's the reason why I say plan it out first, how we want to get it done. All right, so then we can actually do it right on the first time. Else, we got to recreate again, although there's just virtual machines, but sometimes the wait is just, you gotta wait, you gotta wait for it to deploy. Sometimes how fast and how slow, that depends on Azure, right? So here, when we have no choice, we did a lift and shift, for example. Let's say it's not a web app, it's actual virtual machine itself. Then we're going to deploy a load balancer, right? So you actually have the basic and the standard. So the basic one is free, standard one you got to pay. All right, so you got to put a load balancer over here, but you're not really doing a dynamic scaling. It's basically more like an manual scaling. All right, you consistently have all these virtual machines running at the same time. Right, and you've got to manage these virtual machines individually. Okay, you got to manage these virtual machines individually. You got to manage the storage for these virtual machines individually, so it's all on your own. Right, so you're doing that. Okay, so if let's say you're leveraging onto the web app, in this case, in this example, is using a web app. All right, so in the web app, we can configure scaling options. Right, we have options to do scaling, and that depends onto the app service plan that we've chosen. So the virtual machine is deployed. Okay, yeah, we got to choose the size of the virtual machine, but let's choose the package that allows us to do scaling, regardless of manual scaling, auto scaling. I don't care. There's some scaling options. Who's going to manage the scaling for us? Azure's going to manage for us. But if you do manual scaling, you're going to decide how many instances that you want. All right, and they are being load balanced. So you see that's now being managed by Azure. Okay. Create a zone redundant load balancer. When it says zone redundant load balancer, remember, that's handled by Azure. What kind of options allow you to do that? Okay, I have skill sets. If you're using virtual machines, I have skill sets for that. I have availability sets for that. Availability options, availability zones in this case. Okay, I have in web apps, okay, the scaling options again. Okay, your web apps. All right. Okay, so when you say zone redundant load balancer, that's Azure. Okay, just remember that's Azure. Zonal is us. We deploy the load balancer ourselves. Zone redundant, that's Azure. Okay, so think about where are those kind of features available? Where are those being deployed? Okay, do we need to handle the load balancer? No, we don't need to handle that load balancer. We just have to handle this guy. Okay, this guy over here. In this case, it's the web app, that app that we're handling. All right. Okay. So if the web app comes together with configured with a SQL and stuff like that, you configure a SQL, then yeah, that part as well. All right. You create a front end subnet, back end subnet for your DB. All right, database. All right. Then create VMs in 3 availability zones. Yeah. Just tell how many zones do you want this to be in. All right, so it's just a simple click of the checkbox. All right, 1 zone, 2 zones, 3 zones. Yeah, some again, like I said, available in 5 zones. Right, but here you want to have 3 zones or 2 zones in that case. Okay, so your DB, okay, a database, that will be if you're deploying your Azure database is on its own, right? Okay, but again, the availability, if you're using Azure database by itself, is a separate entity compared to your web app. Okay, so you make sure that you configure your redundancy for your DB as well, right? Right. So applications for multiple Azure regions for high availability. So over here, okay, so this is on the back end. So this is for your high availability over here. All right, so this you have a standby region, you have a active region, standby region. So that's where you create that replication. Okay, so that's the one that I mentioned before. All right, so you've got to make sure that that's available first. Okay, so you have the primary region, secondary region, 2 regions to achieve high availability in case this is more like a DR site. All right, the application deployed on each region. All right, so then in order to ensure that it's able to fail over to this part, okay, so you have CDN, for example, all right, and or you have front door. Okay, but in this case, this guy will be that load balancer portion. All right, this is more for the application side. Okay, it's more for the application side. So over here, the front door will then tell you that, okay, I can load balance between both of this. Okay, I can load balance. Well, of course, front door doesn't know that, that this is actually a replica or anything like that, because replication is replication. That's the thing. But it actually really creates two sites over here. All right, we have one region, okay, one site over here, which is actually the primary which is running, and then you have the standby, okay, which is a replica copy of this, and this is probably down. And because the front door actually does a health probe, right? It has a health probe. So when it detects that this health probe is not to this side, it's actually not actually functioning, it's not giving you any response, well, it's just like a load balancer. The front door says that I'm not going to forward anything to this guy. All right, I'm not going to forward anything to this guy. All right, it's just going to forward to this guy, this part over here. All right, but when this one goes down and we start to initiate this standby region to be active, now this part is down, so it's not giving any response or any health check to the front door. Instead, this side is giving the health check to the front door. The front door says, oh, okay, this side is up. I'm going to forward that traffic over here. All right, but over here, the front door, we just have to ensure that it's able to look into both sides over here. Okay, it's just like your load balancer, but look, the front door is inter-region. All right, you can put it into inter-region tenant environment. Okay, so that's where the front door comes in. So users will then go to the front door, okay, and then automatically being forwarded to whichever site which is up. All right. All right, so regional pairing. So the first part, yeah, so there are two parts you need to do. Okay, part number one, create that site replication. All right, select your regional pair. Okay, select the region that you want to put it in. Okay, so select from the list provided. So this part is going to take some time, right? This part over here to replicate the first replication. Depending on how complex is this area over here, how much space is this part actually taken, how much storage space is this taken. All right, so it's going to do the replication, the whole thing is going to be replicated. It's going to take some time. Once this is done, okay, then you also want to make sure that the failover works. You want to test onto the failover. Okay, once you test and fail, it works. Make sure you fail it back. Okay, then the next part you do is to configure the front door. All right, so you do the front door, you do the routing. Okay, the routing is in. Okay, so which are the what they call is the backend pool. In this case, you want to call it backend pool. So we have two backend pools here. Okay, one is this region, the other one is the other region. Okay, and the front door is going to do that health probe. Okay, so when this is on standby, it's not going to send it any. It's not going to send out any information back to the front door. So all traffic will be sent out to the active region. All right. Okay, so looking at the RAGRS storage. So on the storage side, okay, so how we're going to get this comes down onto the storage account. Can't write this pen. Storage account, okay. So the storage account that we've chosen, okay, then will allow us to choose, do we have RAGRS or RAGZRS? All right, so it allows us to actually fill over our storage to the secondary region. All right, but when you want to do the failover, it's going to be a manual failover. All right, so in this case, there's a time where there's no write access that data occurs. Okay, so over here, whenever this is down, okay, it's asynchronous data replication. All right, so on failover, data loss is possible. Okay, data loss is possible if unable to read from the primary region. All right, so sometimes, over here, this information, okay, let's say this is the secondary, this is the primary. Okay, so it's doing the replication over here. Okay, now replication is asynchronous, so it's not real time. Okay, it has an interval time in between and then it replicates. So maybe at that point in time when this is the latest info, for example. So you got to understand that, oh, this is the latest info, but at this point in time, it's not replicating yet. All right, and all of a sudden it goes down before even the replication actually happens. All right, before the replication actually happens. It's not during, okay, it's before even it happens. So
when we enable this, we're going to bring this up. Okay, what's going to happen? Then this information over here will be the older information, right? Because the newest information, the latest info is not replicated yet. Yeah, so this is what we have to understand over here. All right, so because it's asynchronous. All right. What could have caused? Okay, so transient failures such as the of the network, okay, will not trigger storage failover. All right, so which means that, say for example, the network connectivity to your application is down. All right, network connectivity to application is down. It does not trigger the failover. Okay, because the failover for the storage over here is when this storage actually goes down. Okay, this entire storage goes down, then we come over to this one. All right, so in this case, transient failures such as a network connectivity, users coming from here, going to going through a network, going to the application, this network go down, it's not going to fail over. All right. All right, so design HA applications to handle disaster recovery. Okay, so in this case, how do we actually handle that section, that particular section where, okay, there's a transient problem, a transient connectivity problem, all right, or something similar. Okay, now since it's actually an asynchronous geo-replication to the secondary region, connection over here doesn't cause this to fail over, all right, because there's nothing wrong with this right now. Okay, all these here are fine. Okay, it's just that the connection over here went down. Okay, so say for example, sometimes it's due to, let's say, the application, okay, it's getting a lot of requests and it's timed out, so the user is not getting any info or anything like that. It could be anything. All right, so data writes the client writes data to the primary endpoint or region. All right, data is automatically replicated by default. Okay, if everything is fine, ideal situation, everything works fine, that's great. Now, what if failure occurs? Okay, and failure occurs, the secondary region becomes a new primary region. So if let's say this one goes down, really goes down, okay, great. We can come over here and then we make it failover. But what if, okay, so user initiates the failover. See that? Okay, what if I do not want is a failover is down, but I'm using GRS. Okay, so having RA GRS allows us to actually have this failover automatically. All right, it fails over automatically. There's no need to have any user interaction, but over here will be just the read access. Okay, you can't write any information inside. Okay, there's no way to write information. So if you're using RA, okay, but it's an automatic failover. So you can still have the application running, it's still functioning, can read data from it. Okay, it's just as per normal, but there's no writing onto it. All right, so that's where we've got to know the difference over that. All right. Okay, so some best practices for cloud application. All right, so this is where in some cases it's not all the time where we have to configure or we have to do it from the it's all being handled by the infrastructure side, like the IT infrastructure guys, the network guys, the system side. You know, sometimes that part is running fine, but what about the front end? Okay, so the application side, so the developer will also have to ensure that there are certain ways that they do, to solve the no connectivity issue from the client side, okay, or probably rerun or deal with the request timeout, things like that. Okay, so read for transient failures. Yeah, possible cause of transient failures is like disconnected databases, probably temporary loss of network connection or latency issue that could have caused the service or the server to respond slowly. All right, so in this case, the application must detect the faults and configure to retry the service if the fault is transient before listing as failed. Right, so we try retry the transient failure, and so the application has to be configured. Right, so if that's the case done by the developer, all right, so the developer actually has configured. So oh, this is actually a transient failure, or connectivity issue. So it's going to try to retry it again. Okay, rerun or refresh a certain application, refreshes by itself. It's just to make sure that it's just basically a drop of connection or something like that. Just like I got disconnected just now, right? But Teams will reconnect that for me. So I'm waiting for Teams to make that reconnection, reconnect. Even if I do it myself, all right, it's going to do that connection. But the application itself is doing that reconnection for me. Okay, so let's retry transient failures. All right. What about
failed writes. Okay, so an RAGRS replicates writes across locations. Okay, but if the primary location fails, right, so the direct read operation towards the secondary location, yeah, it directs the read operation to the secondary location. It's not going to write onto the secondary location. So the secondary location is just a read only. Okay, so this is good. Okay, if it's critical, okay, if that environment is critical, you can't actually have any downtime because it's going to do an automatic failover. Okay, but you've got to ensure that your primary site comes up as fast as you could. Yeah, so it's not going to be there forever, or you can't actually use that as a forever thing because it's a read only. Yeah, so extended outages. All right, primary location, you got to ensure that you have a way to bring this primary up again. All right, so applications using Azure Client Library, okay, you can set the location mode. Okay, read request in one following. So here you have the primary only for this function here, the Azure function here, primary only, primary then secondary. Okay, so primary only is that the read request fails if the primary location is unavailable. The primary then secondary is that try the primary location first. Okay, probably it's just a disconnected disconnected database or something like that. So try the primary location first. Okay, if that doesn't work, then try the secondary. Okay, fail if the secondary location is also unavailable in that case. Yeah, no choice then. All right, so both sides fails. That's really bad luck. Secondary. Okay, so for secondary only. Yeah, try only the secondary if it's not available. All right, and secondary then primary. So try the secondary first, then retry the primary. All right, so this is onto the developer side to do the configuration. All right, so another type is the circuit breaker pattern. All right, so this forces the application to fail over to the secondary side. All right, allowing the application to resume its normal service. Yeah. So this continues to check. So the application will need to check if the primary site is online again. All right, so it has to be configured on or developed, program, okay, or coded into the application that is that primary site still up? Is the primary site up again? If it's up again, I'm going to fail back over because this failover is actually not onto the storage side or the manual failover method. Okay, this is like, oh, okay, the application says this is actually not running, okay, for whatever reason, okay, straight away it's going to go to a different site, to a different location which is actively running as well, have it to run from that. Okay, so allows the application to reconnect to the primary site if let's say the primary site comes back up again. All right, so it acts as a proxy, so it monitors the service, and if there's failure in the service, it prevents the application from retrying the endpoint and forces it to go to the alternative endpoint. All right, so things like configuration like sometimes could be good by using the front end. Okay, the front door. Okay, front door is good for that. Okay, you can use the front door if you don't want to configure from the application side. You can configure from the traffic manager as well. Yeah, traffic manager actually does that too. But remember that traffic manager works differently from the front door. All right, traffic manager is using DNS resolution. Okay, DNS or name resolution in that case. All right, so it depending on, just I mentioned that it doesn't use health probes, but depending on, because there are 7 ways to actually get it to load balance. All right, if you use the actual load balance algorithm in the traffic manager, okay, which you can use that, there's a load balance method, load balance algorithm. So then itself, it will be using the health probe. Okay, so when it does that, okay, say, oh, okay, the backend is actually not functioning, or probably is actually not receiving this current connectivity is not really working well, then it starts to send in or provide a different name to the end user, right? So a different site to the end user. All right. Okay, so differences between circuit breaker pattern and retry pattern. Okay, so for the retry pattern, it allows an application to keep on retrying, which that environment could be still offline. Okay, keep on retrying, but it's still offline. Okay, so you still got to give it an endpoint, so when to stop. All right, so probably retry 5 times is still not there, then you have to stop it. But the circuit breaker is that retry a few times, but it doesn't go through. Okay, so it's going to fail over to the next available site. Okay, so that's the difference between both of the retry and the circuit breaker. Okay, so those are some options. So there are some parts, like I said, they handle most of it. Okay, on the infrastructure side, that's on us. We got to think about the availability of the high availability solutions, right? So the solution, like for example, we want to have availability zones. We want to have deploy our own load balancer. All right, load balancer could be an application gateway, your load balancer itself, yeah, or probably front door or even traffic manager. Okay, we're going to do that. The application itself, okay, the mid-tier services, for example, like your Azure, right, your storage, okay, those parts we got to have some sort of high availability, or in this case, redundancy as well, right? Then it comes down onto the network connectivity too. Yeah, so if you have some sort of network connectivity, right, probably going to your on-prem, you have your the moment you put in VPN gateways, for example, they can configure active, 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 passive, right? So that part is giving you that redundancy. Okay, if you're using firewall, the moment you put in the Azure firewall into the same subnet, it's automatically load balanced. You don't even have to worry about that. Right? You don't even have to configure anything. It's automatically load balanced. Yeah, so one subnet in one Azure firewall subnet, you put in 2 firewalls or 3 firewalls, right? Azure firewall, that is, automatically load balanced. Yeah, you don't have to configure anything on that point. All right, so connectivity side, that's on us. Yeah, infrastructure side is on us. The application side, yeah, you got to think about that too. All right, so the application side, yeah, so the developers will have to ensure that, you know, what sort of method, you know, if let's say it's not this infrastructure issue right now, it's a connectivity issue, for example, yeah, or for example, there's too much of a traffic coming in. Okay, so what is it going to do? All right, things like that. All right, so that will be for the high availability. Let's look into the available challenge lab for this. Okay, so let's look into the challenge lab for module 11. We want to take a short break first before you come to do this lab. Okay, so we have 2 over here. Okay, you can try this one first. Okay, try this one first. So this part here is to enable geo-replication onto the Azure SQL database. All right, so is mine still available? Oh, the lab is closed. All right, so the previous one we actually did this, okay, disaster recovery. All right, on that same one, you can actually configure the geo-replication by going to the SQL database. Okay, scroll right down the left-hand portion, you can see geo-replication, and you just enable where this database is going to be replicated to. All right, so that's geo-replication. Then after that, you can also try to implement Azure SQL database by using secure distribution. All right, so that is another one you can try, but this is optional. All right, this is optional. You want to try this one first. Okay, we can do that after our break. Okay, we're going to take a 20 minutes break. Then after that, I'm going to come back and look into doing this lab challenge. All right.
Ivan,
Yes.
So actually, in the last one I did it in this way. I created a geo replication, although I did it for the 10, but I created a geo replication and then did a fallback.
All right, you did that already. That's
But
cool.
I did
That's
it
cool.
for module 10. I did it for module 10 because I thought, okay, it's better. Okay, it should be in sync, and then I'll do a fallback. Okay.
No worries, no worries, no worries. Sure.
But
Sure.
I will complete this one as well. Yeah. To do
Cool,
it.
cool. Right, right. No problem. Okay, so let's take a short break. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. So it's 10. Just see you guys in 3:30 in that case. So for those who are back from the break, let's start the lab.